It would be appropriate now, Mr. Chairman, to call Mrs. Porter.
Committee calls Mrs. Porter.
Marina Oswald Porter is entering the room accompanied by a battalion of marshals and police. She's wearing a beige skirt and is approaching the witness chair. She's a diminutive woman, quite different than the photographs we've all seen of her. Sort of fair hair, not quite blonde, short, cropped around the face.
Raise your right hand to the Lord. You solemnly swear the testimony you give before the committee, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Chair recognizes counsel for the committee, Mr. James McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, would you please state your full name?
Marina Nikolaevna Porter.
And were you one time known as Marina Oswald?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Porter, are you accompanied today by an attorney?
Yes.
And would you please have your attorney identify himself for the record?
My name is James Hamilton, and I practice law in the District of Columbia.
Thank you. Mrs. Porter, when and where
Mr. Hamilton was one of the staff members of the Watergate Committee.
I was born in Soviet Union in the city of Archangel on July 17th, 1941.
And with whom did you live during your early childhood years?
With my mother, stepfather, and my grandmother.
Mrs. Porter, could you move the microphone a little closer to you?
Okay.
Thank you. And where were these early years spent? What city?
Archangel.
When did you move to Minsk?
And when I was 19 years old, I believe.
And why did you go there?
I went to live with my aunt and uncle in order to work in that city.
And what were their names, your aunt and uncle?
It was Ilya and Valentina Prosakov.
And your uncle, was he known to you as Uncle Vanya?
No, Uncle Ilya.
And where was he employed?
He was working for MVD in the city of Minsk.
And what is that, the MVD?
It's the Ministry of Internal Affairs.
And what did he do at the MVD?
I do not know what he exactly did, except I know he has a profession as an engineer.
Did he ever discuss his job with you?
No.
Did he ever discuss his job at home?
No.
And he was stationed in Minsk, or worked in Minsk. Did you ever study English in the Soviet Union?
Me? No.
You never studied in school?
No.
Mrs. Porter, when did you first meet Lee Harvey Oswald?
I do not recall the exact month, day of the month, but it was in 1961.
Do you recall whether it was in March of 1961?
February or March.
And how were you introduced to him?
By some mutual friends, a group of students that I knew.
Can you recall who introduced you?
No.
And where were you when this introduction took place?
It was at the City Dance Hall in Minsk.
Can you describe for us as best you can your recollection of when you did meet him, what you were doing and who brought you together?
Well, I was invited by a friend of mine, medical student, to attend this medical students dance ball. And when I came there, it was a group of students, and one of them was Lee, and some mutual friend introduced me to him.
Can you recall who that mutual friend was?
No, I don't.
Can you recall what you talked about at this first meeting?
Well, just typical young people, talk, routine talk about the weather, and I do not really recall what it was.
Do you recall how long this initial meeting lasted?
About 2-3 hours.
In other words, you continued to talk with Lee Oswald for 2 to 3 hours?
No, I didn't. When he asked to dance, we just talked very little.
Did he tell you he was an American?
No, not at that, not during the dancing, no.
At this time, you were speaking in Russian together.
Yes, he spoke with accent, so I assume he was maybe from another state, which is customary in Russia. People from another state do speak with accent because they do not speak Russian, they speak different languages.
So when you say another state, you mean another Russian state?
Yes, like Estonia, Lithuania, or something like that.
Did you suspect at all that he was an American?
No, not at all.
Did he tell you where he worked?
Not at that moment.
Can you recall the first time when you and Lee Oswald had a discussion where he told you about himself? In other words, when was the first time you had a discussion with Oswald where he told you where he was from, told you something about himself?
Well, after the dance, we have been invited for tea or whatever, for a little gathering at somebody's house, one of the friends, and the majority of the group went there, and then I found out that Lee was from America. And of course, it was lots of curious people asking questions about his country, and I was one of them.
Did he say why he left the United States? Did he tell you or anyone in your presence?
I do not recall that.
Do you recall asking him why he was in Russia?
I do not remember if I asked him in that particular evening.
Did he tell you where in the United States he was from?
No.
Can you recall when he first expressed any political views to you?
Not really. Not really. The politics really weren't discussed in the sense that comparing two countries, which one is better and which one is not.
Did he ever tell you he was a communist?
No.
Or a Marxist?
No.
Or a Trotskyite?
No.
Before or after you got married? Can you recall what political views he was expressing to you then?
Well, the political views never have been emphasized in relationships at all.
After you got married, and you got married at the end of April in 1962?
Yes.
When did he, again I'll ask you, when did he first tell you the reason why he left the United States and came to Russia?
Well, I cannot pinpoint exact date, but if I recall way back, in one conversation, or all together, it became clearly that, pardon me, I forgot, I lost the question.
When do you recall he first told you why he left the United States to come to Russia?
So anyway, he said that being young, he just wanted to see how, he read some about Soviet Union, and he wanted to see for himself what it's like, life looked like in Soviet Union.
Do you recall him expressing dissatisfaction with the United States?
No, I do not recall. Not at that moment. I mean, not at the beginning of the relationship, that he was saying something for it or against the United States.
You're saying at the beginning of your relationship, you don't recall him saying anything for or against the United States?
No.
When do you recall him first expressing opinions against the United States?
After a few months after the marriage, when I found out that he is wishing to return to his homeland, then he starts complaining about the bad weather in Russia and how eager he will be to go back. So,
can you recall Oswald expressing at this time, soon after your marriage, but prior to your return to the United States, do you recall him expressing any views about the U.S. and its political system, either pro or con, for or against?
no.
And specifically regarding John Kennedy?
What I learned about John Kennedy, it was only through Lee, practically, and he always spoke very complimentary about the president. He was very happy when John Kennedy was elected.
And you're saying while you were still in the Soviet Union, he was very complimentary about John Kennedy?
Yes, he was, seemed like he was boasting about how young and attractive the president of the United States is.
Can you recall during this time when he ever expressed any contrary views about Kennedy?
Never.
Did you ever ask him directly, why did you come to the USSR?
I probably did.
Can you recall what his answer was?
Well, he said that he was always curious about the Soviet Union, and he bought tourist visa. I asked him how he got in the United States, and he said, I mean, to Soviet Union, I'm sorry. And he said that he bought visa, or whatever you call it, asked for permit to enter the country through Finland as a tourist, and then he asked to stay.
Did he ever talk about defecting from the United States to the Soviet Union?
What do you mean by that?
Defect, in other words, renouncing, or at least ostensibly renouncing United States citizenship to come to the Soviet Union?
Well, during the marriage I found out about that he did give up his American citizenship and was afraid that it would be very difficult to come back for that reason, or they would not permit him to come back.
And how did you find out about this?
I do believe that he told me.
Before you married him, were you aware of this defection situation?
I don't remember if I knew that. Oh, you mean before we were married?
Yes.
No.
Did Lee Oswald ever discuss with you the various trips he made to the American embassy when he was trying to defect? This would have been before you even met, but did he ever tell you about the different times he went to the United States Embassy in Moscow?
No, he did not.
What was your first impression of Lee Oswald when you met him?
He was polite, neatly dressed, very courteous, well-mannered. He was quite attractive.
Did you notice whether he was in the company of other individuals, any friends, the night of the dance?
Yes, he was.
In the book, Marina and Lee by Priscilla Johnson, it says that you first met Lee on March 17th, 1961, and on March 25th, a few days later, you received a call to visit him at the hospital because he was sick. Would you comment on that? Why did you go? You had only met him at a dance.
Well, aunt took the message and she said that somebody with the accent called and they left the message for you to come over. So of course I had sympathy for a person being in the hospital. Why not to pay a visit? It was just a courteous thing to do.
Even though he was only a casual acquaintance at that time?
Yeah. I did like him.
Pardon?
I did like him, so.
And what did you talk about on this occasion in the hospital, in the hall?
Well, what do you talk about in the hospital?
Well, can you recall?
Just ask how you feel and what had been done for him over there, and if he has plenty of food to eat and whatever.
Now, you knew him for barely 6 weeks, and you got married on April 30th, 1961.
Yes.
Would you consider that wasn't that a rather hasty move, hasty decision after 6 weeks of knowing an individual?
Not when your age that I was, you don't think it is.
At that time, did you know anything about him, about his background?
Not very much, except that he's American.
Did you know whether he had a family in the United States?
I do not recall when I found out that he has brother and mother.
At that time when you married him, did you know whether his mother was alive?
No.
Again, referring to the book Marina and Lee, in that book, it stated that you didn't know that Oswald had been in contact with the American Embassy since February of 61, 2.5 months prior to your getting married, when he expressed a desire to return to the United States, starting back in February 1961. Is that true? That you did not have any idea that he had been in touch with the American Embassy?
No, that was a condition of me accepting his proposal, because I asked him before marriage if you ever be able or will come back to the United States, and he said no. So I assumed that he will be living in the Soviet Union all the time.
At that time, what was your attitude toward the United States?
Well, I did not know that much about the United States, but I always was curious to find out about. I did not have any hostility toward the United States.
When was the first time you learned that Oswald wanted to return to the United States?
Sometime after we were married. A few months later, maybe.
You say a few months?
Yes.
Can you recall how you learned?
No, I don't. Please do not forget that it was so many years ago.
I understand. But can you try to remember how that would be you're a Russian citizen, and the very first time that you learned that your husband wants to leave and take you to the United States, that would be a significant event. I would assume it might have been even a shocking event to you, to think that you might leave your homeland. So
yes, it was. It wasn't a very easy decision for me to make. What should I do? Should I follow him or should I stay at home?
But the question was, how do you, as best you can, recall how you learned that Oswald wanted to go back to the United States?
Well, as far as I remember right now, I think he just asked me one day or one evening, what would I think if he come back to the United States? Would I go with him? Of course, I told him, so wherever he go, I should too, and I will back him out.
And right around the time when you first learned that he wanted to go back to the United States, can you recall whether there was any change in his attitude toward the United States, politically?
I do not remember. I don't think it was, because he just wanted to go back home, and that was the main concern of his.
During your time in Russia together, what were Lee Oswald's political views?
To tell you the truth, I do not know, because I do not ever, I don't know, then at least, I wasn't interested in politics. I did not discussed that as a fact. I maybe overheard conversation between him and somebody else, an article in newspaper, what they think about certain events at this time.
Did he discuss politics with you?
Not much, but every time something aroused, like somebody maybe will be unfair, make an unfair statement toward the United States, he will defend the United States.
Where did Oswald work?
He worked at the radio factory nearby our apartment.
And what did he do there?
I do believe maybe he was some kind of mechanic. I really don't know what kind of job exactly he did.
Did he ever discuss his job?
Only thing he said that he did not like it very much.
Can you
It was
recall?
just a manual labor.
It was manual labor.
Yes.
Did he come home in the evening with dirty hands, dirty clothes?
The first thing he did after he came home, he went and took a shower, right away. So, not really dirty, no.
On subsequent nights, I mean, do you recall whether he would come home? You say he did manual labor. Were his hands rough and dirt under the fingernails, and generally, did it look like he was doing that kind of work?
Well, not really.
How about his clothes? Did he have a special set of work clothes?
I don't remember. I think he did, but I would not recall exactly.
Who were his friends during this time in Minsk?
Well, he really did not have very many friends. I do recall one young man working with him. His name was Pavel Golovachev, and he was around our house quite a lot, and they spoke English. So for this young gentleman, it was a good practice.
Was this individual Pavel Golovachev?
Yes.
Would you consider him Lee's closest friend?
I think so.
When was the first time you met him?
I do not remember if I met him before we were married or shortly after he came by the house.
Did he work with Lee at the radio factory?
Or I even went out that he was invited to the wedding as a friend of Lee.
How often, do you recall when you first met him?
Pardon me?
When did you first meet him, Pavel Golovachev?
Like I said earlier, I do remember maybe it was when he was invited to the wedding on April 30th.
Okay, that was the first time you met him.
I assume by now.
Okay. Did you get to know him well?
Fairly well.
Did he come over to your apartment?
Yes, he was a very nice boy.
Do you know where he lived? Did he live in the general vicinity of your apartment?
I don't think so. I think he lived somewhere in town, but I don't know where. Not very far away.
Do you know whether Oswald and Mr. Golovachev ever talked about politics together?
I really don't know because they spoke in English.
They spoke in English?
Yes.
And why did they do that?
Because Pavel Golovachev was studying English language, and not very many people you can speak the language and with. So he said it was a good practice for him being around me.
Do you think this was one of the reasons that he befriended Oswald to perfect his language ability?
It could be, and he was interested about the United States, for sure, and they talked about, compared to life.
Do you know how they met, how these two individuals met?
No, I don't.
Have you ever heard from this individual since you left Minsk, Mr. Golovachev?
I do believe when we moved back to United States, we did receive some letters from Soviet Union, but I do not remember exactly from whom. That's possible.
Generally, what kind of person was he, Mr. Golovachev?
He was quite bright and honest and fine person.
Thank you, Mrs. Porter. Mr. Chairman, I'm finished with this line of questioning for this phase of it this morning.
Thank you, counsel. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Judge Pryor. Such time you may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, your English now seems to be very good.
Thank you.
But if you have any trouble in understanding me or understanding the question, please ask, and I shall try to put it in another form which you can understand better. I would like to continue with a few questions in the period of your early life in Russia with Lee Harvey Oswald. I might say for the record at this time that Mrs. Porter has given several depositions to the committee, and they will be made a part of the final report. And I think that may explain why we will not ask every conceivable question about this period in your life that we might think of. When you first married Lee Harvey Oswald, he had his own apartment. Did you consider that unusual that a single person in the Soviet Union who had a menial job would have his own apartment?
Yes, it is kind of unusual, but foreigners in Soviet Union usually treated a little bit better than their own citizens. They pampered maybe more.
In other words, it would have been unusual for a Soviet citizen in his situation to have a single apartment.
Yes, but he had more privileges as a foreigner.
Was the type of privileges he had and the type of apartment he had like those that other foreigners would have had?
I do not know because I cannot compare to another foreigners.
But it was the practice that foreigners had better housing accommodations.
That's what I heard.
Than Soviet citizens. When you were living in the apartment, did Lee ever have visitors whose identity was unknown to you? That is, did anyone visit you apart from your normal friends? Someone who was a stranger to you?
No.
Was Lee secretive during this time? Do you understand what I mean?
I think so. For example, he will be writing something on a piece of paper and it will be in English, and if I ask him what it was, he would not talk about.
Was he devious by that? I mean, would he say, for example, that he was going one place and you learned later that he'd gone to another place?
I do not understand the question. What devious means, I don't know.
Perhaps the word deceptive. Was he deceptive to you? Did he say to you he would do one thing and you later learned he did another thing?
Not that I know of. Not at that particular period of my life.
At this period of your life, did he ever act violently in front of you?
No.
Did he ever mention to you that he had contact with the KGB, the Soviet intelligence agency?
No.
In your deposition, one of the depositions you gave the committee, I believe you stated that you both assumed that the KGB was observing you. What is the basis for that conclusion?
Well, from Russian newspaper, you assume that they don't print exactly what's going on in the United States, and act like they maybe mistrust them. So it wasn't surprising for them to keep eye on the foreigner.
Have you personally ever had any contact with the KGB or the MVD?
I lived in an apartment with lots of people. The neighbors were working for the same, how you call it, same, not organization, but they worked for MVD. There were different professions, doctors and whatever. And of course I know them as a neighbor.
But as far as you know, you had no contact with the KGB or the MVD on any sort of official business basis.
Did you say official? Would you please repeat your question? Did you say official?
As I understood your answer, you stated that some of your neighbors may have been connected with the KGB or the MVD.
I know they work for it.
Work for them. But that your contact with them was as neighbors.
Yes, and sometime in my life I had to go over there and talk to the men in MVD when I was applying for a visa to enter to leave Soviet Union.
Did you and Lee think that your apartment was bugged?
Yes, we did.
Why did you expect a bug in your apartment?
Well, because I do not even know if bug will take any electricity, but our electric meter will be running when you turn all electrical appliances off, and will be moving. So we did not know what the reason for that was, except we assume we had been watched. And another assumption is that it's quite customary in Soviet Union to keep eye on somebody.
So that you say it was quite customary to bug foreigners in this situation?
I'm not really making that exact statement. I might heard gossips about, and I knew that they do watch foreigners.
Did Lee ever tell you why he thought he was allowed to stay in the Soviet Union?
I do not recall if he said why. I do not recall right now.
Why did you think he was allowed to stay there? Since he was uneducated and was not a scientist or not in that category of foreigners who would normally be welcome to the Soviet Union.
When I found out later during the marriage that he gave up his American citizenship and asked for anyone asked Russian for political assignment, so that was my thinking at the time for the reason.
Did Lee have a rifle, a gun, a rifle while he was living in Minsk?
Yes, he did.
Did he hunt with it? So how often did he go hunting?
Not during our marriage, he didn't, but he did belong to a hunting club, and he said that he did previous to our marriage.
And did I understand you to say that after your marriage he did not go hunting?
Not that I know, I remember right now. I don't recall that at all.
Did he often take the rifle out and clean it or look at it or examine
Yeah,
it?
occasionally he did that.
How were you employed when you first met Lee?
I do not hear you. Sorry.
What was your work? How were you employed when you first met Lee Oswald?
I was a pharmacist and working at the drugstore in a nearby hospital.
You mentioned earlier that after you were married, you and Lee thought the apartment was bugged. Did you think that your mail or Lee's mail was being opened?
We assumed that it was. The letters are censored. They come from foreign countries.
Did Lee ever say anything about his mail being tampered with? That is, that an envelope had been opened and resealed, for example?
I believe he did.
Can you recall anything about that occasion?
No, I don't, but since you mentioned it does ring a bell that maybe it did happen on one or two occasions.
Did you feel that you and Lee were being watched? That is, did you see any strange men outside of your apartment who appeared to be loitering near your apartment?
I don't remember right now.
Were you a member of the Komsomol, do I pronounce that right, the Communist Youth Movement?
Yes, I was.
How long were you active in that
I really, may I explain myself? I really wasn't active at all. It's very customary in Soviet Union when people at the job belong to this organization. It's a patriotic thing to do, and I have been not exactly forced, but have been reminded that it would be more ethical if I do belong to this organization, so I kept refusing it. So finally they said you don't have to do anything if you just pay your dues. So that's what I did for many months. But I never attended meetings at all, except at the end when they finally discharged me from the organization. I had to attend that meeting.
So that, if I understand you, you were saying it was customary to join this organization at your place of work.
Yes.
And that it was social pressure which compelled you.
Yes, you have to kind of go with the crowd.
And you members did pay their dues regularly, and you paid your dues regularly. Did Lee ever talk about United States politics after you were married? That is, did he talk about officials of the United States, such as the President or the Secretary of State, or did he talk about the policies of the United States government?
If he did, it wasn't he wasn't talking to me about, because I wasn't really interested in his political view or anybody's political view.
Specifically, did he ever talk about President Kennedy?
Whatever he said about President Kennedy, it was only good always.
What was your attitude about the United States at this time?
In Russia, you mean?
Yes, when you were first living in Russia.
Well, seeing few American tourists and city of Leningrad, I learned that the life is not as bad in the United States as it's printed in newspaper. So of course every Russian is very curious, not every Russian, but majority of young people very curious about Western world.
From Lee's conversation, did you think he wanted to become a citizen of the Soviet Union at this time?
Once Lee, I believe he applied for, he sent a letter to university in Moscow, and he was very, very disappointed when he was refused to become a student of this university. And I think that maybe was a changing point about him staying or leaving. Definitely. Soviet Union, he was very disappointed that I do assume that he might have stayed longer or maybe forever if he was granted permission to become a student.
When he was not given that permission, his attitude then changed toward becoming a
Well, I
Soviet
speculate right now. I thought maybe that was the reason, at least I assumed then, that he did want to come to Soviet Union to get education.
Were you surprised when Lee said he wanted to leave the Soviet Union and come to the United States?
Yes, I was, because he told me that he would not be able to or really wanted to.
Were you pleased that he wanted to come to the United States?
Not really. Nothing against the United States, but it was a very measured decision for me to make. I did not know that much about the United States, so to leave everything behind was quite hard.
Did you ever suspect that Lee might be a spy of some sort for either the Soviet KGB or for the United States CIA?
It crossed my mind sometime. I'm sorry to admit that.
I'm sorry,
It did cross my mind sometime during our life in Russia, yes. Because he would be sitting with those papers and writing something in English, and I didn't know, maybe he was making reports to somebody and didn't want me to know.
When it crossed your mind, did you think he was a spy for the United States or for the Soviet Union?
For the United States.
And you based that on the fact that he often was writing notes in English which you did not understand?
Yes.
Did you ever learn later what those notes were or the writing he was doing?
I learned about that after Lee died. That's what they call Lee Harvey Oswald diary or something like that. That's what it was.
So that all of the writing on which you based your thought that he could have been a spy later turned out to be the diary that he was writing?
Yes, sir.
I mentioned earlier the Komsomol, the Communist Youth Organization. I believe you were expelled from that organization. Would you explain to us why that happened?
Excuse me, I did not understand the end of your question.
The Communist Youth Organization, Komsomol, if I pronounce it correctly, which you joined when you were working at your place of employment. Later, you were expelled, that is, removed from that organization, kicked out, we might say, in this country. Would you explain to us how that happened?
After I married Lee, the atmosphere at work was changing. I was aware then more so who's my friend and who is not. Few people were kind of quite cold towards me, and the pressure at work was put that I at some time felt like I was a traitor, a married foreigner. I should not belong to this organization.
So that the fact that you were married to a foreigner was the principal reason that you
I believe
left
so.
the organization. When you were in the Soviet Union at this period, did you ever hear President Kennedy speak over the radio?
Yes, did you ask me if I heard or Lee did?
First, I will ask if you heard.
Yes, I did. But of course I could not understand what he was talking about.
The gentleman stand for just 1 second. I just thought it might be worthwhile. Mrs. Porter, we have a recorded vote on, and if you saw everyone leave up here all at once, they're just going over to vote and will be coming right back.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was Lee with you when you heard President Kennedy speak over the radio?
As far as I recall right now, I think he was, because he's the one who tuned the radio on the right station. I believe it was through BBC or Voice of America, something like that. It wasn't broadcasted through Moscow or any Russian channel.
So that Lee was the one who turned the radio to the channel to hear the president?
We had the shortwave radio, I believe that's what you call when you can listen to the foreign station.
WFCR Amherst.
Your reaction, and what was Lee's reaction to hearing the president speak over the radio?
Well, I kept bugging him, what is he saying, what is he saying? He just told me to hush up, not to interrupt him.
So he told you to hush up?
Yeah.
Did he ever make any comment about the president's speech?
I do believe that Pavel Gorbachev might have been present at this time, so they really discussed that between two of them. And, of course, Lee attitude maybe was that, me being a woman, what do you know about politics, so I really do not recall what the comments were.
When did you first learn that Lee wanted to leave the Soviet Union?
A few months after we were married. I do not recall exact month. Could be May or June probably, more likely.
And I believe you testified that you were surprised at that. When you left Russia, did you expect to return to Russia?
No, I burned all my bridges behind me.
So that you did not expect that you would return either with Lee or alone?
No.
What was the reaction of your family to your leaving the Soviet Union?
Well, they were very, very upset for me making the decision of leaving the country. My uncle was worried about the farewell of his family, and he was even afraid that he might lose a job on that account, being related to me.
When you arrived in New York from the Soviet Union, did Lee bring his rifle with him?
I don't remember. I don't think he can go through the customs with the rifle.
You did go through the customs in New York?
Yes.
And as far as you know, no rifle was found or no comment was made about a rifle at that time?
Not that I know.
Did Lee seem pleased to be back in the United States?
I think so. He was a little bit disappointed when no reporters show up to greet him at the airport, because he told me there's going to be a whole bunch of them.
Before you left Russia, did Lee say where you would be going in the United States?
Yes, he said that he has a brother living in Texas, in Dallas, or Fort Worth.
Was that why you were going to Texas?
Yes, sir.
Because of his relatives living there?
Yes.
Did he mention any other place in the United States where you might like to live?
Oh, he also told me he has relatives in New Orleans, so we might live there sometime.
When you arrived in Texas, who met you at the airport?
Robert Oswald and his family.
Did you meet any of Lee's friends in Fort Worth, apart from his brother?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Where were you staying in Fort Worth?
We stayed for a while with his brother.
While you were there, did any friends call Lee on the telephone?
Not that I know of.
Do you recall whether he called anyone to say he was back in the United States?
Well, I did not speak English at the time, so if he used the phone or somebody called for somebody, I wouldn't know about that, unless he told me.
At that time, you and Lee conversed, discussed only in Russian.
Yes.
At this time, when he first returned in Texas, did he talk about politics, or did he mention President Kennedy again at any time?
Off and on, but it always was complimentary or something good.
Did he talk in general about any other politicians or public figures in the United States at this time?
Not that I recall, no.
Thank you. I will yield at this time, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. McDonald for the next area of questions.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mrs. Porter, I'd just like to backtrack just for a couple of questions in the Russian phase of our questioning. During the time, you mentioned earlier, because of the way he was writing in English in a book, that you suspected perhaps he was a spy or something of that nature. Did he ever act suspiciously in any other way? In other words, did he ever go out at night, meet individuals unknown to yourself, act in any other manner that you would...
No, it's customary in Russia to go for a walk after dinner, and if I want to, I can go alone, or he might go visit some friends, and I took his word for it. He said if he goes to Pavel for a while, that's just fine with me.
Mrs. Porter, did you and your husband, did you have any Cuban friends in Minsk?
Not friends, but I think Lee met some Cuban students that were going to university in Minsk.
Do you recall their names?
I do believe he mentioned some names, but I do not recall them at all.
And how well did you know them?
I did not know them at all.
How well did your husband know them?
Or they might just walk on the street and talk about something, that's what he said.
You say they came over to your apartment?
No.
No. Did they ever?
Not that I recall.
Do you know how often Lee met with them?
No, I don't.
You say they were students at the university,
Yes.
and Lee worked in a radio plant.
Yes.
How did they come to meet?
Well, the city is not that big. It's a population only 500,000 people, and it's has a main street with people, meet sometime, for a cup of coffee, the square or something like a park or something like that.
Did Lee tell you that he had met some Cuban students?
I think he did, yes.
How did he say? What did he say?
Well, please, forgive me for saying I do not remember, but it's 15 years ago. It's a long time ago. I do not remember the details really right now.
Can you recall, whether on the first time he mentioned meeting some Cuban students, whether he seemed pleased by the fact that he had met some?
Well, he would make comments, for example, like, well, I do not like Russian winter, so that the Cuban students, they're freezing too, Or maybe mention that they weren't very happy to study there. They had been sent by new. government, and they don't have the freedom as they used to for their own homeland.
Did he, at this time, did he speak of Cuba? Did Lee speak of Cuba in favorable terms? Did he talk about Cuba at all?
Yes.
What did he say?
He did like Fidel Castro, and at the time so did I, because he was presented to the Russian public as a very good fellow. So, at the time, also, all young people were curious about new government in Cuba and how they will do it, and so he was very appealing at the time.
What did Lee say about Fidel?
He said that he did like him as a leader very well.
Do you know how often, after Lee met the Cuban students, do you recall whether he met with them frequently or met with them at all?
Let's assume maybe once a week, sometime. Maybe he doesn't see them for 2 weeks and stumble over, or maybe have special date and they go to the movie or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Where were they meeting? Do you know?
Usually on the street or in the park somewhere, or on Main Street.
Do you know in what language they were speaking?
Well, I really don't know how did they communicate. It never occurred to me. Mm-hmm. Maybe the students spoke English, could they?
Okay, is it your...
Lee did not speak Spanish, as far as I know. So I assume maybe they spoke English. I hate to speculate on that. Mm-hmm. I'll check. No. The Cubans do speak Spanish. Maybe they spoke English. Oh.
Just so we're clear on the point.
Yes.
Did you ever meet the Cuban students?
No, so I do not know how they communicate with each other. That's the thing.
And for over how long a period of time did Lee meet with these students?
Maybe a few months.
And your testimony is that, as far as you know, they met maybe once a week?
I assume, because when Lee left and he said he's going to see somebody and he stumbled over them or seen them somewhere sometime, maybe he tell me, sometime he's not. Mm-hmm. So I do not know.
During this time in the Soviet Union, did Lee Harvey Oswald ever demonstrate any violent tendencies, any antisocial tendencies, either to you personally or in general?
Well, he would lose temper a few times, but he was pretty good at controlling it. You know, naturally, during marriage, husband and wife do fuss sometimes.
But it's your testimony that his behavior was not...
He wasn't really violent, no.
And you were saying not out of the ordinary?
Pardon?
Nothing unusual about his
no.
behavior at that time?
No.
Mrs. Porter, going back again to your first few days and weeks in Texas in 1962, when did you first, well, this may not apply just to them, when did you first learn about Oswald's mother, Marguerite?
I learned about her in Soviet Union because Lee was corresponding with her.
I'm sorry, I didn't...
After we were married, Lee and his mother corresponded with each other.
And you were not aware of her before you got married?
No.
And what was your reaction when Lee told you that his mother was in fact alive?
What was my reaction? Well, I really didn't have any reaction. It's wonderful that he had a mother.
Well, except wasn't there a point when he told you that he completely covered up the fact that he had a mother.
Well, I really do not recall what my reaction was at the time.
Did you think him to be devious at that time? In other words, you find out after you got married that his mother was alive, and he never mentioned her beforehand to you.
Well, it was kind of strange, behavior, really.
When did you first meet her?
After we arrived to Fort Worth. Or when, you said?
Yes, when?
In June, I believe, of 62.
And was Lee present?
I don't recall the circumstances of the meeting.
Did you know George de Mohrenschildt?
Did I know him? Yes.
How did you know him?
He was one of the Russian friends that we have right here, Russian immigrants.
When did you first meet him?
I do believe in 1962, shortly after arrival to the United States.
And what were the circumstances of your first meeting with George de Mohrenschildt? First of all, where were you?
I assume right now, as I remember right now, I think we had been invited for lunch or dinner at some Russian friend's house, and lots of Russian people did come, and that's how we met.
Do you recall whose house you were at?
I do believe Anna Miller, but...
Anna Miller?
Anna Miller.
And is
That's how I remember right now, as I met George de Mohrenschildt. Maybe I met him, maybe he came to our house. I do not recall right now exactly.
Well, do you recall on the first occasion you met him, was his wife present with him?
I don't remember.
Was Lee present when you met?
It probably was.
Was that also the first time that Lee ever met de Mohrenschildt?
I don't remember really. If we met him together or he met him previously, I do not recall right now at all.
What did Lee say about George de Mohrenschildt?
He did like him very much, so did I.
Did he like him from the first time you met him? In other words, is it, in remembering back, did it appear that the first time you met him was the first time Lee had met him as well?
I don't remember how we met him together or somehow separate. But I know for a fact we both liked the man very well.
What did Lee say about him?
Good fellow Jeremy, I guess.
Why did Lee like him so much?
Well, most people who knew George, like he had a very vivacious personality, always cheerful and joking. He was very pleasant to be around.
Did he like Lee?
Well, I assume at the time that he did.
When they spoke, did they speak in Russian or in English?
In Russian and English both.
Did Lee and de Mohrenschildt ever talk politics in your presence?
They probably have.
Can you recall any such conversations?
No.
Can you recall in your presence whether George de Mohrenschildt and Lee ever spoke about President Kennedy?
If I say right now that yes, I do, they probably talked about and you asked me about the details which I cannot remember. But yes, the name John Kennedy was mentioned in the conversation.
Can you recall in what context? In other words, were they speaking favorably of Kennedy?
I think so. Well, I recall that George de Mohrenschildt told me once that when he was younger, he knew Jackie Kennedy before she was married to John Kennedy when she was a young lady, and spoke very nicely about her.
And how about Lee's views at the time? Do you recall whether they were ever engaged in argument?
I do not recall ever hearing Lee talking badly about John Kennedy or Kennedy family.
In some of these discussions Lee had with DeMornshield, well, do you recall what DeMornshield's opinion of the Soviet Union was?
Well, George DeMornshield always joked a lot, and you really don't know if that was his real opinion or just a joke. So of course he was curious how things changed since I didn't really know if he was living there or was born there, and I do not remember. So he was curious about life in Soviet Union, yes.
After Lee got back to the United States, what was his opinion then of the Soviet Union?
After he came back to the United States? Well, he was very glad that he back home, at least at the beginning. I do not recall him saying that he was sorry he left Soviet Union.
Do you recall that he was sorry or that he was not sorry that he left?
He was not sorry.
When Lee first got to Fort Worth, he first went there when he went back to Texas, was he contacted by the FBI?
That's what he told me, that the gentleman who wanted to talk to him, that came along, was FBI agent. That's what he told me.
Well, when did he tell you about this?
After living with Robert for a while, we moved on our own when we found a job. And one afternoon, some gentleman came, knock on the door.
And this is Robert Oswald, his brother. You're saying living with Robert?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And Lee went outside and talked with this man, and when he came back, he told me that was the FBI were bugging him, asking questions about, Soviet Union and things like that.
What was Lee's reaction? How did he appear to you when he came back in?
Well, he was very, not upset, but quite angry about. He told me that it would be very difficult for him to find a job or keep a job if they keep bugging him.
How many agents came to the house?
I do not really recall, maybe one or two.
But you were home at the time. You were there.
Yes, I was busy in the kitchen.
Did they come to the door and ring the doorbell or knock?
I don't recall right now. They probably have.
Were they requested to come inside, or did they ask to speak to Lee outside?
I do not know what they said because I do not speak English. So whose initiative was about going outside to speak in the house, I do not know.
And where did they speak?
Outside.
In what, a driveway, a sidewalk, front yard?
On the sidewalk, I believe.
And how long did this meeting take place?
It was quite a long time. I assume by now maybe 30, 40 minutes, maybe an hour.
You subsequently moved out of Robert Oswald's house to an apartment on West 7th Street in Fort Worth?
Well, I don't remember the address, but you do know about probably more than I do.
And did Lee's mother live with you at that time?
I do believe after Robert we moved with his mother.
Did you have any visitors when you lived in this apartment with his mother?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Did Lee Oswald's what was his personality like upon getting back to the United States, comparing it with as you knew him in the Soviet Union?
He had a hard time to find a job at the beginning, and little by little he became a little bit more sour.
Mr. Chairman, could we break for 5 minutes, please?
The chairman has just gaveled this session back to order.
Mrs. Porter, we left off, the last question I asked you was, did you notice any changes in personality, just a change in Lee, once you got back in the United States, comparing him as how you knew him in the Soviet Union?
Well, little by little he became gloomier.
Gloomier.
More disillusioned.
And do you know why?
At the time I assumed because it was lack of holding on a job or find a job that he liked to do. Seemed to me that he was, with the time passing, he was dissatisfied with the job that he was holding.
He got a job in Fort Worth, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where was that job?
I do not really know the name of the firm or that he worked for.
What was he doing?
It was some kind of mechanical job.
It was within walking distance of where you lived?
I think so.
Did he ever discuss this job with you?
Only thing he said that he did not like it very much.
Did not like it?
Yes.
During this time when you lived in Fort Worth, did you, or any time for that matter, within the first month or so after you got back from the Soviet Union, did you ever have occasion to meet any of Lee's friends from Texas?
No, we met few Russian people and they were our friends at the time we lived there.
How about non-Russian people?
No.
Did Lee ever talk about friends or associates that he had in Texas before he went to Russia?
No.
Never mentioned any?
Not to my knowledge right now. I don't recall any names or faces.
Did you ever have visitors at your apartment on West 7th Street? The one that you shared with Marguerite?
Marguerite? No.
No, you had no visitors to the apartment?
I don't recall any visitors.
Did Lee read books often?
Yes.
Did he read a lot when he was in the Soviet Union?
Yes.
What kind of books did he read there?
Novels mostly.
What kind of novels?
What you call maybe as a classical novels, some Russian classic writers.
The novels or the books that he read in the Soviet Union, were they Russian?
They were in Russian language, yes.
How about when he returned to Texas? Did he continue his interest in reading?
Yes.
And what kind of books was he reading when he returned?
Oh, well, he had access to the library, and whatever books he brought, they were in English language, so I don't know the title of them, but he brought some Russian books for me to read, too.
Did he read any books of a political nature?
If he did, I do not know about.
Did Oswald talk about politics very much during this time in Fort Worth?
Lee really did not discuss politics with me. If I ever heard some conversation with somebody else, just bits and pieces, I have to paste them in my memories right now to give you the tone of the conversation.
Who did he talk politics with? You mentioned earlier George de Mohrenschildt.
Many of it, George. About latest events in the newspaper, something like that matter.
Up to this time, and we're only talking up to this time in Fort Worth, on your early arrival, had you ever heard Lee ever mention in discussion, or did you ever overhear him talking with anyone about assassination as a political act?
No.
You ever hear him talk at all about assassination up to this point?
No.
What was Lee's relationship with the the Russian group of individuals in the Dallas-Fort Worth area? What was Lee's relationship with them?
It seemed to me at the beginning he was quite eager to meet Russian people living in Fort Worth or in Dallas. But little by little, he felt like withdrawn from it. He felt like they have too much influence on me, or I don't think that he felt very comfortable around.
Was it your understanding that he knew any of these individuals before he went to the Soviet Union?
No, I don't think he knew them before.
But he met them after he returned?
Yes.
Mrs. Porter, you testified earlier that when in Russia, you recall that Lee owned a rifle or some kind of weapon.
Yes.
Do you remember whether it was a rifle or as opposed to a shotgun?
What the difference between shotguns is it size or what?
The different kind of bullet or projectile that comes out. Do you know the difference between a shotgun and a rifle?
No.
Okay. When do you first recall seeing Lee with a rifle in the United States?
I cannot pinpoint exact month or data of any kind.
Where did you first see it?
I do not remember where or when, but I can say that Lee did have a rifle during life in the United States.
Do you know whether it was the same rifle that he had in the Soviet Union?
Well, logically it cannot be, because you cannot go through the customs without declaring on the rifle. I would not really know.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, let the record reflect that Mrs. Porter was unable to identify Lee Harvey Oswald's rifle, which was marked CE-139 before the Warren Commission. She was unable to identify it in 1964 when she testified before the Warren Commission, and consequently, we will not show it to her today, since such a showing would serve no useful purpose.
Thank you.
When you first saw the rifle in the United States, did you ask him what it was for?
I don't remember what I asked him about. I know I wasn't pleased of having a rifle in the house.
What did he say about it?
Well, in the matter of, that's a manly thing to like or something like that. Most men do like to hunt or do like to play with the rifle.
Do you recall seeing him taking it out frequently from wherever he kept it, either to handle it or to clean it, to look at it, do whatever?
Yes, I did see him cleaning the rifle. It's true.
How often?
Maybe once a week.
And now, where did he keep this rifle?
In his closet.
Now, when you refer to the closet, what apartment are you referring to? At what apartment are we talking about?
Well, I do not recall any apartment, but maybe one in Dallas.
The one on Neely Street?
Neely Street, yes.
And you say he kept it in the closet?
Yes, because in New Orleans he had the rifle, the same rifle as him, and he kept in the closet there too, so every apartment has a closet.
Did you notice any change in his personality after he obtained this rifle?
Well, he liked to be alone by himself. Quite often that was a part of his personality. So that wasn't really anything new, but his behavior pattern toward me changed. He was very annoyed by me and seemed like I felt out of place.
Did you ever see him, you said that you've seen him taking it out and cleaning it. Did you ever see him, while he was in the apartment, pick up the rifle and to aim it like he would be practicing shooting?
He would do that in New Orleans, in the apartment at the screen porch. He would sit there in the dark with it.
So he would sit in a chair and he would bring it up to his shoulder and...
I don't know what he was sitting on, but I knew it was in front of his face or whatever.
Do you recall when you first saw this rifle in Texas, whether it had a scope on it?
I would not remember that at all.
Do you know what a scope is?
Well, I learned late, since all this happened, what the scope is.
Okay.
But I don't know that much about rifles.
Well,
nothing at all, really.
Thinking back, can you recall whether the rifle had a scope on it? It would be attached to the rifle. Can you recall?
No, I don't.
When did you learn the difference between rifles with and without scopes?
I really did not learn the difference. I just know what the scope more or less is right now.
Okay.
That it's attachment that make it target more visible.
But did you know then what a scope was?
No.
Would it be your testimony that, well, is it your testimony? Strike that. Did Oswald keep ammunition, cartridges, around the apartment?
Yeah, he kept rifle and I guess ammunition, what you call it, all together. And I wasn't fascinated by rifles, so I never took any interest to look at it or see what it looks like. So I just simply ignore it most of the time.
Do you recall when he had these times when he had the rifle out, whether you say in New Orleans he would sit on the screen porch?
Yes.
And we're referring to the Magazine Street
Yes, sir.
apartment. Do you remember what he would do? I mean, you say you don't know whether he was sitting. Is that your testimony?
Well, it was usually after dark. So if I go over there and, just see that he's there and I come back in the apartment. So I just knew he was there with the rifle and he always, and most of the time he said, just leave me alone, That's what I'll do.
Can you recall overhearing the sound of Lee handling the rifle? In other words, do you recall that when he would be sitting on the porch, do you recall loud sounds of what would be moving the bolt, where the action on the rifle was?
Well, I do not recall right now.
If you think about it for a minute, can you recall that kind of sound, the sound of a metal on metal, sort of a clacking sound?
No, I cannot remember right now.
Do you ever see him move the action of the rifle?
I told you I did not pay attention, what he was doing over there that much, to give you the descriptions if he changed the positions or was it any sounds, because I wasn't listening for it.
Do you remember any time when he would handle the rifle and when it seemed like he would be shooting at something, an imaginary object?
No, I
and pulling the trigger?
No, I cannot tell you that. It seems to me that most of the time he picked up the time to be with his rifle when I was busy with something else. At the time I did not pay any attention. If it was deliberate or not, I do not know.
Did you ever handle the rifle? Did you ever hold it?
Well, I might touch it sometime to move the place if you clean the closet.
Did you ask him where he obtained this rifle?
No, I didn't.
Did he ever take it outside the apartment to practice with it, to do anything with it?
Yes, he did.
And what did he do?
He will, before it gets very dark outside, he will leave apartment dressed with a dark raincoat, even though it was a hot summer night, pretty hot weather anyway. And he'll be wearing this, and he'll be hiding the rifle underneath his raincoat. And he said he's gonna do target practice or something like that.
And how long, this was one occasion you're talking about with the raincoat.
That's several occasions, maybe more than one.
Did the same thing on several occasions, put the rifle, put the raincoat on and then the rifle under the raincoat?
Yes.
And how long would he be gone?
A few hours.
And what did he say as he was going out to do this? Did he have any specific comment? Did he tell you any reason?
Well, he said that it's a practice range somewhere, apparently. That's the purpose of him taking a rifle in order to practice.
Okay, Mrs. Porter, let me direct your attention to the approximately April 10th, 1963. April 10th is the day that Lee Harvey Oswald allegedly shot at General Edwin Walker in Dallas. But before I get to that specific question, let me ask you one further one just in general about the rifle. And that is, you say on occasion he went out to practice wearing the raincoat. Do you know how he got to the area that he was going to practice shooting the rifle?
He told me by the bus. Thought that it was kind of a little, would be suspicious for the people in the bus to see him wearing a raincoat, you know. That's what he told me, that he took a bus.
When he put this raincoat on and had the rifle underneath, could you see this rifle? Could you see it?
The raincoat was quite long.
Below the knee? Did it come below the knee?
You could not see that it was a rifle. You would not spot it.
Now going back to April 10th, approximately, in the week preceding, before this incident, before the General Walker shooting, did you notice any change in Oswald's personality during that time? How was he acting?
Well, I cannot compare right now, you know, because it was a long time ago, but his personality constantly was changing to the worse, really. He became more withdrawn, more hostile toward me, maybe more short-tempered.
But during the week preceding April 10th?
Well, he will spend lots of time alone in this closet that he converted in a little kind of office, and he will shut the door and will do some more writing of someone. And he asked me not to disturb him.
Directing your attention to that day, April 10th, 1963, would you tell us what happened?
Well, I cannot remember, the timing and all the very vivid details of the day. I just can state it that that particular night he did not come home till very late. And when he did not come at regular time, I was worried about him, so I found a note addressed to me, what to do in case if he did not come home. Of course, I was petrified and nobody I can turn to. But then later that night, when he came home, I asked him to explain. He was out of breath and he was pale, and I asked him to explain this note, and he said that I just shot General Walker.
The sound you're hearing hearing in the background is a regular test of the sirens here at the Capitol.
So I was
Nothing to worry
very
about.
upset and enraged about that, and we had an argument over.
Just a second, Mrs. Porter. Let's wait till the...
And we're waiting for the noise to subside to continue the questioning. The crisis seems to have passed. We're now just waiting for counsel to resume.
Just 1 minute, please.
He's consulting with one of the other members of the committee staff.
Yes. Mrs. Porter, if you could speak up as best you can, so
Okay.
we can hear you. All right. Before the siren, you were saying, let me ask you the question so you could repeat the answer. What happened when Lee came home on the night of April 10th, 1963?
He was very pale, as I said, and he was out of breath. And I asked him to explain about the note that he left for me, and asked him what happened, and he said that he just tried to shoot General Walker. Asked him who General Walker was. I mean, how dare you to go and claim somebody's life? And he said, well, what would you say if somebody got rid of Hitler at the right time? So if you don't know about General Walker, how can you speak up on his behalf? Because he told me that he wasn't just a minute for his discussion. So he was something equal to, well, he called him a fascist. That's what his description.
Did he turn on the television? Did he try to
He
listen?
did not have television. He turned on radio later on, listening to the news, and it wasn't nothing else.
How was it? You say he was pale.
Yes.
Was he? Did he appear nervous or distraught?
I don't know what distraught means.
Well, other than being pale in color, did he have any other characteristics, physical characteristics? Did he seem to be shaking or extremely nervous?
Yes, he was extremely nervous. Yes. Then when he heard in the news that General Walker wasn't killed, he was kind of angry that he missed it.
Now, you say he returned late that evening. Do you recall seeing him go out that morning, the morning of April 10th?
I don't remember. I probably have.
But it's your testimony he did not come home after work before going out to try to shoot General Walker.
I really do not remember right now. He didn't come from work, or maybe he left and didn't come back later.
Well, do you recall seeing him leave the apartment with the rifle around April 10th?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
WFCR Amherst.
About what time did he get back?
I don't remember the time.
Well, was it
Quite
early?
late.
Pardon?
Pardon me?
Was it early in the evening? Late in the evening?
I assume it was very late in the evening.
Okay. Do you recall, did he come in with the rifle?
No.
You specifically remember he did not have it?
Well, as I recall right now, I think a few days later, or the next day or 2 days later, he went and brought the rifle back in the house.
How did he bring it back? How did he carry it?
Well, the same way he was taking it out, with the raincoat on.
With the raincoat.
Yeah.
Is this the way he would normally take the rifle out of the Neely Street apartment, under the raincoat?
When he went, as he said, practice, target practice.
Yeah.
That usually was the procedure.
But concerning the General Walker incident, do you remember the night he came, that night when he came in pale, and did he come in, did he have the raincoat on?
I don't remember, but as I recall right now, I think that he went and he hidden the rifle somewhere else.
He told you this?
That's what I try to remember right now. I think that's what it was.
Did he seem pleased when he got home?
Pleased with what?
Pleased with what he had done?
No, he was just nervous and he was eager to listen to the news. But then he was disappointed.
Excuse me just a second.
Committee counsel is...
Mrs. Porter, would you like a straight back chair?
No, that's fine. That's all right.
He's just
Now,
waiting to...
you mentioned a note. He left you a note.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was this note left?
I don't remember right now, but I think it could be in the closet on the table there.
I'm sorry?
Maybe it's in the closet and above his shelf or something like that.
You found this note before he returned? Did you find it before he returned?
I think so.
Okay. And what did it say?
It was for me to do in case if he did not come back home.
And what specifically did it say?
Well, it was a key to the mailbox, post office mailbox, I think. I really don't remember what the note exactly said right now.
Was it written in his handwriting?
Yes.
And what did you do with the note when he returned home?
I don't remember.
Is that note in existence now?
I don't know.
Did Lee have a notebook, a book that he used to keep writings in regarding General Walker?
I think so.
What do you remember about it?
Well, at the time when he was spending lots of time alone in the closet, I thought that he's writing, I don't know, whatever it was. But I learned about that was something to do with General Walker. I learned about that later.
How did you learn about it?
I don't remember.
Did he tell you?
Could have been.
Well, you learned about it soon after the Walker incident? You learned about the notebook shortly after the Walker incident?
Probably.
Okay. So who else would be in a position to tell you what the notebook contained?
You will, if you read, you probably have access to it.
No, I mean at that time.
Only Lee, yes.
Okay. Do you recall if that notebook contained photographs?
I think so.
What were those photographs depicting?
Well, I remember it now. It looked like some kind of house or a road or something like that, of that nature. And if I asked him what it was, he said that's General Walker's house.
And were these photographs attached to a piece of paper? I mean, a page of the notebook itself?
I don't remember right now.
What happened to that notebook?
I don't know.
Well, do you recall if Lee ever did anything?
By now or
No, then. What happened then? Did Lee do anything to the notebook?
Well, it's a possibility that maybe it was destroyed.
Just one second.
Committee counsel is conferring with other staff members, going over some documents, trying to figure out, I suppose, what they should ask about next. Mrs. Oswald, now Mrs. Porter, originally denied to the Warren Commission that she knew about the Walker incident. Didn't she, Joe Volz?
She certainly did, and now she's having memory problems. She says she doesn't remember what was in the note, but in the past she did remember what was in the note.
Mrs. Porter. We're speaking now of the notebook that Lee kept on the General Walker shooting.
Okay.
And you testified that he brought the rifle home a number of days after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware of this notebook that he kept?
Well, I try to recall, on my memory, how these things did happen. And by now I maybe assume something.
Mm-hmm.
So really, I just know as a fact that Lee did try to attempt on General Walker. He told me about that, and that's the fact. Details of it I do not remember. I don't want to mislead you different direction.
But do you recall Lee ever burning the pages of this notebook in the bathroom?
Well, afterwards, of course, I was petrified for what he did. I was afraid that I was waiting for the police to knock on our door in minutes. So I probably, even myself, would be eager to destroy any evidence that led to arrest of Lee.
Well, do you remember him destroying this notebook?
I do not remember right now.
Did you contact, what was your reaction when he told you that he had attempted to shoot an individual with his rifle?
Well, all of a sudden I realized that it wasn't just a manly hobby of possessing a rifle. He's capable of killing somebody with it. I was very disappointed to discover that trait or characteristic in my husband. I really did not have very much choice. I had no place to go. I wasn't approve of his actions, no.
Did you tell any of your friends at the time what had happened about it?
No.
How about the police? Did you tell the police?
Well, I should have, but I didn't.
Why didn't you?
Well, I guess whatever sense of loyalty was in me, I would not. I haven't done it. So.
Do you, over the weeks...
And I couldn't speak English anyway.
You could not speak English at the time?
No.
Over the weeks after the Walker incident, did Lee ever express any views, any confident views that he attempted to do something and did not get caught? In other words, did he ever say anything that the authorities just couldn't catch him, that he was too smart, something to that effect?
Well, he made kind of joking remark about after listening to the news that everybody kept looking for the car, and he said that Americans did not realize some people do walk, So he said he just he just walked away or ran away from the scene.
Did he, over the following days and weeks, did he often look in the newspaper to see for stories regarding this?
I think so. We bought newspaper every day anyway. So.
How often did he comment? Did he talk to you about this Walker shooting afterwards?
Pardon me, please repeat the question.
Did he often talk about it afterwards? What he had done, what he had tried to do?
Well, occasionally, not that much. He knew that I wasn't approved and I don't want to talk about or hear about.
Did he appear, when he mentioned it to you, to be boasting, to be proud of what he had done?
Well, I think he was kind of pleased with himself, what a clever fellow he was, and got away with it.
Did he make any comments that he was going to do it again? To Walker?
Well, I begged him not to try it again, just leave it as it is, and lucky that nothing bad happened to any of them.
And what did he say when you begged him not to do it?
Well, he gave his promise that he would not do it again.
In the weeks leading up to the Walker shooting, can you recall any incidents that were out of the ordinary as far as Lee's behavior toward you? Well,
I don't recall right now.
Do you remember whether he met with any individuals? Did he tell you he was going out to meet with anyone?
No, he didn't.
Would you tell us what happened when you and Lee first met with George de Mohrenschildt after the Walker incident?
Well, I heard George de Mohrenschildt making a joking remark about how did you miss that, Lee, you know. So I look at Lee and I thought, gosh, did he tell him that? And he looked at me because he thought that I was, that I told him. So as I recall right now, I don't know how George found out or he guessed or he just make joke about it.
Do you know whether there must have been some reason for de Mohrenschildt to either to guess at it, unless he was told? Do you recall, in reflection on any of the conversations that they had, whether you heard the name Walker being mentioned?
I do not recall the details right now, so I cannot say who said, you know, what after what.
What did Lee say? Did he tell you that he told George de Mohrenschildt?
Well, I do not remember his answer.
Did you tell George de Mohrenschildt about the Walker incident?
I don't think so.
Would it have been likely that you might have or would have?
Well, I was very ashamed of the things that happened. That was something that I don't think I would feel like discussing with someone.
Would George de Mohrenschildt been a person, though, that you might have discussed it with?
I don't think so. I was very embarrassed of Lee trying to do something like that, but I don't remember what I did then.
Mrs. Porter, you moved to Dallas in the fall of 1962 to the Neely Street address?
Probably that's correct.
Do you recall, this was the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis in late October 1962. Can you recall whether, and you stated that you didn't have a television at the time.
No.
Do you remember during this time period whether Lee was concerned with the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Yes, he was concerned and I was concerned too because I would be caught in a position, I don't know, in a war between America and Cuba, where would I belong, you know what I mean? I mean, I was afraid of war.
What was Lee's view?
I really don't remember what he said about it.
What did he say about Cuba at the time? Did he express any opinions about what the United States was doing regarding Cuba?
Well, he did not express that to me, and at least not often that I can recall. But I know that he was fond of Cuba and Fidel Castro.
Can you recall whether, do you remember him listening on the radio to any speeches by President Kennedy during this time period?
Well, since we didn't have television, we had radio, he did listen to the news, yes.
Can you recall specifically Lee listening to Kennedy on the radio, speaking about the Cuban Missile Crisis?
Well, I did not understand English well enough. I just could spot Mr. Kennedy, President Kennedy's voice, maybe, but I did not know what he was talking about. And Lee didn't make very many comments, so not the one that I remember.
Can you recall any comments that he made about Kennedy at that time?
Nothing bad.
Pardon?
Nothing that bad that I would remember then.
When you were living at the Neely Street address, excuse me, just a second. Mrs. Porter, when you were living at the Neely Street address, which was 214 Neely Street, Dallas, did you have any visitors?
At Neely Street? Yes, we did have a Joyce Monch did come over quite often, and some Russian people.
Did you ever have visits by people unknown to yourself, but only known to your husband?
No.
During this time at Neely Street, was his personality changing at all? I think you testified before that his personality, his demeanor and his actions toward you.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, it got worse, progressively worse after coming here to the United States?
Yes, and well, it looked like he kept me just mostly in the house. He didn't want me to associate with anybody, and we had lots of arguments at that period. Yes.
At this time, in the spring of '63, was he demonstrating to you any additional tendencies toward violence other than the Walker shooting? Was he physically abusive toward you?
Well, right now in my mind, I don't know, but I forgot which apartment was in Neely Street and which one was on another street. You know, so right now I'm thinking about the apartment before the Walker. Mm-hmm. So gradually his behavior did worsen.
Okay, Mr. Chairman? Yes. At this time, it would be appropriate to take a brief recess until the other members get back, as we have a number of exhibits that we are going to show to Mrs. Porter.
All right, we will recess for 10 minutes.
Mrs. Porter, we've got two exhibits to show you that the clerk would obtain from the representatives of the National Archives. We have two photographs to show you. They're Warren Commission exhibits CE 133A and B, which have been given JFK numbers F378 and 379. If the clerk would please hand them to you. And also, if we could now have, for display purposes, JFK exhibit F179, which is a blow-up of the two photographs placed in front of you.
I suspect these are going to be, yes, they are, the photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald, the two photographs holding a
Do you
rifle.
recognize the photographs placed in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
That's the photograph that I made of Lee on his persistent request of taking a picture of him dressed like that with rifle.
Tell us, please, what happened. This was at the Neely Street address. What happened on this occasion when Lee asked you to take those photographs?
Well, first of all, I refused to take pictures because I did not know how to operate camera. And he told me that he insists that I'll take it, and he said he'll show me how if I just push the button. So I took one picture, and I think, and then maybe he changed the pose, I don't recall. Maybe I took two pictures. But I was very annoyed by all the incidents, so.
Okay, Mrs. Porter, I'd like you to take a look at Committee Exhibit F381, which the clerk would obtain from the archives representatives. It's an Imperial Reflex camera. It has a Warren Commission number, but I don't have it in front of me. 750, CE 750. Does that camera look familiar, Mrs. Porter?
I've seen this camera when you showed me the last time.
Yeah.
But I do not I cannot identify as it belongs to me.
Okay. What did he say to you regarding taking these photographs? How did he approach you?
Well, he told me that he wants me to take a pictures of him, and I said I did not know how. Then when he came dressed with all this thing, I was making a remark like it's a funny way to take a picture and why you want to do it. And he looked like he had some kind of newspaper in his hand.
Now, if you look at the photograph and as is displayed on the exhibit, he's holding a rifle, and he's got a handgun in a holster attached to his belt. Had you seen the handgun before? Before you took the photograph?
I don't think so. So anyway, I do not recall.
Well, do you recall if this was the first time when you were taking the photograph that you had seen him, or that you had known that he owned both a rifle and a handgun?
It's possible.
Did Lee appear to be nervous at all when you took the photograph?
No, he was just angry with me because I refused to, I was making fun of him.
Did you use a tripod at all?
Did I use what?
A tripod, which is, in other words, was the camera attached to a stand?
No.
Okay. So you held it in your hands?
Yes.
Okay. Was anyone else around when you took the photograph?
It was quite embarrassing the way he was dressed, so I assume it was a weekend or maybe Sunday, because I recall that neighbors were gone. I was grateful for that, yes.
He waited for that?
No, I was grateful for that.
Oh, you were grateful, I'm sorry. How long did he stay outside when you were taking these photographs?
Not very long.
Before the session, before you started taking these photographs, what was he doing?
Well, he just showed me which button to push, and, you know.
No, what I meant was, what was he doing? What was he doing in the house?
I was busy doing something, then he called me outside and he wants me to do this picture taking.
Mm-hmm. Do you know, after you finished taking the photographs, what happened?
Well, I went back to my, whatever I was doing.
And what did he do?
I guess change his clothes, or put all his ammunition back away somewhere.
You took these photographs in March of 1963, is that correct?
I don't recall the date, but it would look like a sprinter.
Did he put after the photo session was over, did he put the rifle and the handgun away?
He probably did.
Can you recall, did he go out afterwards?
No, I don't remember.
Now this was in March, so it would have been prior to the General Walker incident. When he had these guns and the rifle in his hand and you were taking the photograph, did he say anything to you about shooting anyone, political assassination, whatever?
No.
No comments at all like that?
No.
Now, Mrs. Porter, can you recall how many photographs you took? How many poses? What we have here are two poses. Can you recall whether you took any others?
No, I don't.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, Mrs. Porter, I'm now going to show you a photograph which was not seen by the Warren Commission. For continuity purposes, this committee has labeled it 133-C. We have up there A and B. We call it 133C. It has no relation to the Warren Commission because they did not see it. We've also marked it as an exhibit, JFK Exhibit F380. If the clerk would please hand Mrs. Porter Committee Exhibit F380, and if we could have displayed a photographic enlargement, JFK F180. Have you had a chance to look at that and compare it with the other two?
Pardon me?
Have you had a chance to look at it and compare?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that photograph before?
Well, I've seen it in newspapers and recently watching news. I've seen it on television as well.
Okay. So as you look in front of you, you've got three photographs, each one with a slightly different pose.
Well, I never compared them before. Since you asked me, I have to compare.
As you'll see, A has him holding the gun,
And one
holding the rifle in his right hand, the left hand. B, the rifle in the right hand, and then C, in the left hand again, slightly to the front. So with these, to refresh your memory, can you say that? Can you recall if you took any additional pictures?
No, I cannot remember how many exactly. Well, to me, it looks like all of them. It looks like Lee.
That's right. No, we're not.
That's the only thing I can say, but I do not remember how many pictures I was taking.
But since we have three in front of you, we know now that you at least took three, correct? Three different occasions.
I mean, it was one occasion, but
Right.
I could take 3 pictures. I could
Right.
take 2 pictures.
Okay.
I cannot be definite about how many.
Let me ask you if you can remember, was there a pose? Did Lee pose holding the rifle over his head in two hands?
I don't remember that at all.
Okay. Mrs. Porter, I want to show you now 2 additional photographs labeled JFK Exhibits F. It's one photograph with two numbers. F-183 is the face of the photograph depicting Lee Oswald, and F-84 is the back, which has some writing on it. If the clerk would please hand this to Mrs. Porter, and if we would, for demonstration purposes, display committee exhibits F-382 and 383. Mrs. Porter, if you would direct your attention to the reverse side, that's where my questions will be directed. And the reverse side is displayed on the easel. Take it if okay, if you had a chance to look at the reverse side, okay. Do you see the phrase that's written in the upper right hand?
Excuse me, can I consult with my...
Sure, please. All right. Directing your attention to the phrase, which I've been told is Russian. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the upper right-hand corner of the photograph on the back. Do you recognize the handwriting?
No, I don't. Well, that's what I was discussing with my lawyer. We tried to find out if that was written by me. I mean, as I told him that my handwriting does change a few times a day. I do not write same way, in the morning or maybe at night. So it's hard for me to claim even my own handwriting. But you have certain way of writing, habit of writing certain letters. So I know for sure that I do not write certain letter that way. So at first I thought it was maybe my handwriting, but when I started examining it, I know it's not.
Okay. Well, first of all, what does it say?
It's Hunter for fascist, ha ha ha.
Hunter of fascists?
Yes.
Ha ha ha. Now, if you look closely, there's a possibility that if you look, you'll see the handwriting, the dark handwriting. It appears that someone might have wrote over the original handwriting. You can see underneath.
I can see something right here that looks like had been erased and copied over.
Or possibly someone wrote over just to bring out the light handwriting underneath. But nevertheless, does any of that look like your handwriting?
Like mine?
Yeah.
No.
Well, do you recall ever writing such a phrase on that photograph?
No, but it will sound like me.
Sounds like you.
Yes, and at first, I thought it looked like my handwriting, but when I examine, I do not, like letter F, I do not print it that way, and T. No, I'm talking about Russian description of the English.
Okay. You're saying you don't print it that way now. How about in 19...
No, it wasn't habit, yes.
Okay. So it sounds like something you would have written, but you can't identify your handwriting.
When one letter I hear that it's scratched underneath, marked underneath, it's a sound in English like S and H, Hsca sound. Mm-hmm. That's not necessary to put this marking on it, but it's typical of some Russians too.
Well, is it typical of the way you would have written then in 1963?
Pardon?
Is that peculiarity
well, that would be typical for Russians to write it, but at the same time another letter.
One of the committee staff is talking to council about the possibility. Yes, I think she's going to go over and point out the letters.
Talking about.
It's the third letter in the second word. No, S, A, and then it's another one that looks like, yes.
She speaks Russian, so.
Oh, she does?
Yeah.
And T, it's not necessary to put this mark underneath as well, but it's kind of habitual, not habitual, it's a habit of some Russians to do that. But this letter H, it's in the first word, after all, this is something like maybe a foreigner would try to write it, to copy Russian language.
Okay. Well, do you recall ever seeing this photograph with this writing on the back?
No.
And it's your testimony, you don't think that's your handwriting?
At first look, I thought it was, but then I started examining it. I don't think it is my handwriting.
All right. Now, if you'll look in the lower left-hand corner, it says, "To my friend George from Lee Oswald," and there's a date, 5, then Roman numeral 463. Do you recognize that handwriting?
No.
Does it look like Lee Harvey Oswald's handwriting?
Well, I did not have much opportunity to compare his English handwriting to this photograph. But I cannot claim it was his handwriting. I'm not expert in handwriting as far as the English go. Do you have any other documents to compare his handwriting in English with this one? I mean, that's up to experts.
Yes, I understand. Well, did you see his handwriting in English very often?
Not very often, but I've seen it, but it was many years ago. I do not remember what his handwriting, but it wasn't big or sturdy,
When he
wrote with a small letter.
When he wrote to you, if he wrote notes or whatever, did he write to you in Russian?
In Russian language, yes.
Okay. And how would he sign his name in Russian?
Alec.
Alec. So when you look at this handwriting on the photograph, is it your testimony that you're just not that familiar with his handwriting in English? I see. Have you ever seen this photograph before?
This particular photograph?
Yeah, the particular one with the writing on the back.
No.
Okay. Now, in the lower right-hand corner, it says copyright G, period, D-E, and a capital M. Have you ever seen, what does that notation mean to you?
Which one?
Where it says copyright.
Well, I assume maybe it was for some kind of book publications, and somebody have a right in this photograph, to claim it, I guess.
Have you ever seen that before?
No.
That particular notation? Mr. Porter, regarding all of the photographs, the different poses that we've seen, the photos you took of Lee, did you ever destroy any of this photograph of this nature?
Well, it had been brought to my attention just recently. Apparently I did. I forgot completely about it, or somebody spoke about it. I think I did.
And how many did you destroy?
I don't remember.
When did you do that?
After Lee was arrested.
Did anyone tell you to do this?
I don't remember. I think I was just afraid that there will be more evidence against Lee, and could be it was my own.
How did you destroy the photograph?
Well, I had been told I burned it, so that's been.
Do you remember doing that?
Very vaguely.
Was anyone with you when you did it?
I don't remember.
Do you know how many copies Lee had made of this photograph?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether he had many duplicates made?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay. Do you know if Lee developed these by himself at his place of employment?
I think once he worked somewhere where it was possible to do it. At work, I believe. I really do not know if he developed himself or if he signed it before.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I'd like to move into the committee record exhibits F-378, 379, 380, F-179, F-180, F-183, 84, F-382, F-383, and F-381.
Without objection, they may be entered into the record this.
Mrs. Porter, I just have three more questions and then for this line of questioning. And that is, let me direct your attention to April 1963, April 21st specifically. This was a date on which it's in Priscilla Johnson's book and elsewhere, it's been written that you were told by Lee Oswald that Richard Nixon was coming to visit Dallas.
Yes.
You recall that incident?
Yes.
Tell us what happened, please.
Well, after the Walker incident, when he gave me a promise that he'll never do it again, I seen him one day, I don't know the exact day, that he was putting his gun, not gun, this pistol or rifle or whatever. Anyway, he said he's leaving, but I knew he had the weapon with him, so I told him, where are you leaving? And he said, well, the Nixon is coming to town, so I'm just going to look. And I said, for that you don't need, why are you taking all this ammunition with you? Not ammunition, the gun. And so we wound up having an argument over it, and we had a fight, and she did not go.
All right, now the book, Marina and Lee, states that you somehow you lured him into the bathroom and then slipped out and held him in there.
Yes.
Tell us how that happened.
Well, it was easier to remember details when you're working so many years ago in the book than it is right now.
Well, try if you could. How, at this time, he had the handgun on his person and he was preparing to go out?
Yes, I guess.
And how did you get him into the bathroom?
Well, we wrestle, or whatever you call it. You do not, you try with the time passing by not to, it's easier to forget the bad things of your lives that bring memories back, so I cannot describe you the fight that we had, and such a scrupulous details that you wanted me to.
But do you recall maneuvering him into the bathroom?
Yes.
Now, normally, was he stronger than you?
Of course.
So how did you get him into the bathroom?
Well, first of all, I was very angry, and that maybe gave him more energy, and I was just determined that I'm going to keep him there, and maybe he gave in after a while. Maybe he was just trying to make me angry and see where he stands with me. If he really wanted, he was much stronger with me. If he really wanted to, he could overpower me, definitely.
I see. And then the book says that you, in other testimony, that you held him in. You held the door shut?
The door for a while, yes.
Did he try to pull the door open?
But not for very long, yes.
Did he appear to be pulling very hard?
Well, it was hard for me to hold on to it. I don't know if he tried his best, how much power he used.
But is it your testimony that, in your opinion, if he really had wanted to get out, he would have been able to?
I think so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have, Mrs. Porter. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions at this point.
Thank you, Counsel. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Pryor, for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Porter, I would like to turn now to your life with Lee Harvey Oswald in New Orleans. On April the 24th, 1963, Lee Harvey Oswald went to New Orleans, and you remained behind with Mrs. Ruth Payne in Dallas.
Yeah.
Why did he go to New Orleans at that time?
He had difficulty to handle a job right here, so he thought maybe he'll have a better chance in New Orleans, and he did have relatives over there who might be able to help him to find a job.
Did the Walker shooting have anything to do with his moving to New Orleans?
I really don't know. I do not recall right now if that was the turning point, but at least I was glad that he decided to move to New Orleans, so that the farther from General Walker, the better.
Had he ever discussed moving to New Orleans before the Walker shooting?
I don't remember, sir.
And I gather that you were glad that he was moving to New Orleans because you were concerned about his behavior after the Walker incident?
Yes.
Did he have any friends in New Orleans?
Only relative that he spoke of.
He didn't mention anyone else living there apart from his relatives?
No.
Where was the rifle when he moved to New Orleans alone?
Would you please repeat the question? Where was the rifle? Okay, he moved first, then he packed all the belongings to Mrs. Payne's station wagon, and I think we took him by the bus station, or he went on his own to bus station. So he left for New Orleans first, and all the belongings had been packed by Lee and left in Mrs. Payne's house.
WFCR and bus to New Orleans, but he had packed his belongings, and those were sent later.
Usually during the moving, that was Lee always was doing that. He was the one who did all the packing, and not me.
So that you and Mrs. Payne later brought all of the
yes.
Remaining luggage, including the rifle. You mentioned that when he first got the rifle, he thought, as I understood your testimony, that it was the manly thing to do, and I assume that you felt that that was natural for him to have a rifle at that time, but that after the Walker incident, you stated that you realized he was capable of killing someone with it. When he went to New Orleans by himself, and you were left in Dallas with Mrs. Payne, did it occur to you to dispose of the rifle or the pistol, to get rid of it, so that he could do no harm further harm with it?
Not really, because by that time I was afraid of Lee. And most of the time I did not, I tried not to do something to antagonize him.
You were physically afraid of him at that?
Okay, please continue.
And let me ask along that line, just before he went to New Orleans, what was his treatment of you?
Well, he was quite brutal sometimes toward me.
And there was family quarreling?
Quite constantly.
Was that a factor in his moving to New Orleans?
Excuse me?
Was that a possible reason that he moved to New Orleans? One of the reasons?
It was lots of factors involved, but I think main one was for him to look for another opportunity for a job.
What do you think he would have done if you had gotten rid of the rifle?
Well, he probably would have get rid of me.
Pardon me?
Well, but I cannot answer this question. I don't know what he would have done.
I understood you'd say he might have gotten rid of you if you got rid of the rifle. At this time, did he talk about returning to Russia, to the Soviet Union at all?
I think that came in the picture later on in New Orleans.
Pardon me?
I do believe it came later in New Orleans.
When you got to New Orleans and you were both settled in the Magazine Street apartment, did you have any visitors there?
I don't recall except one lady with children or husband. I don't remember how many of them. One family did come to visit us. They were friends of Ruth Payne.
They were not friends of Lee Harvey Oswald's?
No. They visited only once. They never kept in touch again.
We've asked you at various times what he said about President Kennedy or his family and other political figures. At this time in New Orleans, did he have anything to say about President Kennedy or his family?
Well, during the New Orleans period, Mrs. Kennedy was expecting a child, and he told me about that. And he was quite concerned about her health, and he informed me that she has few miscarriages before, and he was hoping that nothing will happen to this baby. Not miscarriages, I think he said the baby died.
Did he talk about the Soviet Union in this New Orleans period?
Yes, he did.
What were his comments about the Soviet Union?
He did not talk about Soviet Union in order to compare America and Soviet Union. When Soviet Union was discussed, it was in the case that he wants me to go back. He doesn't want me around anymore. He thought that or I go back or we come back to, the Soviet Union. He
talked about you going back to the Soviet Union?
Well, at times it was me, and sometimes, it was that both of us.
Did he talk about Cuba during this period?
Well, he was engaged in some activities. I saw him on the street about this pamphlet, the Fair Play for Cuba.
Did he compare Cuba with the Soviet Union at this time?
Yes, he did.
And what was that comparison? Was it more favorable to one than the other?
Well, he acted like he had a choice between Soviet Union and Cuba, and he does prefer to go maybe and live in Cuba because that's something that he did not try.
During your stay in the Magazine Street apartment in New Orleans, was Lee ever gone for long periods of time? By that I mean, say, as much as 5 days and nights
No.
consecutively?
No, he spent only one night in jail once, not the only time that he wasn't present in the house at night.
And that's the only time he was gone overnight?
Yes.
Was he friendly with your neighbors there?
No.
Did he appear to have any friends at all in New Orleans?
No.
You mentioned his interest in Cuba. Could you tell us just a little bit more about that and about what he might have said about Fidel Castro and why he wanted to go there?
Well, I knew for a long time that Fidel Castro was his hero. He was a great admirer of him. So he was in some kind of revolutionary mood at that period of time. I mean, he thought that maybe he would be happy to work for Fidel Castro causes or something like that.
I would like to ask you about 3 names at this time and ask you whether you or Lee knew either of these 3 people. First is Clay Shaw. Do you remember knowing Clay Shaw?
I did not know Clay Shaw ever till I had to testify for Mr. Garrison in New Orleans. And that's when I learned about this name.
Do you know whether Lee knew Clay Shaw before the time of the Garrison trial?
I don't know about that. I never seen or heard the name.
Did you know Guy Bannister?
Whom?
Guy Bannister?
No.
And you don't know whether or not Lee knew Guy Bannister either?
I don't know, but I never heard that name either.
Do you recall ever going to Guy Bannister's office in New Orleans with Lee?
No, I don't. For what purpose?
You have no recollection of
No.
going with him? Do you know David Ferrie? F-E-R-R-I-E? Does that name refresh your recollection at all?
Well, somehow the name sounds familiar right now, but I don't know where I heard it before. I cannot put the face on the name.
You have no recollection of meeting him or seeing him?
No.
Did you meet Dorothy and Dutch Moret, M-U-R-R-E-T, who I believe were Lee's aunt and uncle?
What is the first name you said?
Dorothy and Dutch, D-U-T-Z, I believe is his name. Dorothy and Dutch Moret.
I remember Aunt Lillian that lived in New Orleans. Is that the same person?
Would you recall meeting Lee's aunt and uncle in New Orleans?
Yes. And her name was Lillian. And I forgot her husband's name.
Did Lee's aunt and uncle ever mention the name Nofio Pecora in any conversation that you or Lee may have had with them?
Well, I did not speak English at that time yet.
You don't
I never heard
recognize
that name. No.
that name. Do you recognize the name in any conversation that Lee's aunt and uncle had of Carlos Marcelo?
No, I never heard the name.
You've never heard that name?
Can I add something? If him and his uncle were talking and I wouldn't be present in the room, I cannot be I mean, I cannot say that they did not talk about, but I never heard this name.
When he was in New Orleans, it's known that Lee made an effort to join an anti-Castro Cuban group, that he met with a man named Carlos Branguier, if I pronounce it properly, and that he was arrested in a scuffle later on with Branguier when Lee was passing out pro-Castro literature. In other words, he appeared to be working for both sides in New Orleans, the anti-Castro and the pro-Castro. That's the background for why I ask you this question. And that is, was Lee a true communist?
No, he wasn't.
Could you explain that a little more? Do you believe he was sincere in his beliefs?
No, I don't. Like newspapers reporters call him Marxist or communist. He was neither of those. He maybe was so-called self-proclaimed Marxist because there happened to be maybe he read the book and maybe was agree with Karl Marx some of the theories. But as far as the belonging to the party or something like that, that's not so.
You're saying that he was a self-proclaimed Marxist, and that, as I understand it, that he had difficulty working with any
He did not call himself that I am Marxist or I believe in that kind of ideas.
Do you believe he was on the pro-Castro or the anti-Castro side in
Well, at
New
the
Orleans?
time, so you mentioned this right now, I always thought that he was a pro-Cuban, not anti, or pro-Castro.
Didn't he generally remain true to his views about communism, the views he held when he first went to Russia?
Would you please repeat the question? I did not understand it very clearly.
Well, I think it might be a confusing question. Did he continue to take communist or socialist newspapers and literature throughout his life in this country?
I don't know.
Did you notice any change in his attitude toward the Soviet Union at this time?
No, I don't recall that.
Where did he work in New Orleans?
For some coffee company.
Was that the Riley Coffee Company?
It could be.
Did he talk to you about this job?
No, not very much.
Did he always come home on time? You mentioned that he was never away overnight except for one occasion.
Yeah, he was very punctual.
How did he get home? Did anyone drop him off, or did he come home on the bus?
I think by the bus.
Where did he keep his rifle in New Orleans?
And one of the closets as well.
You mentioned that he would, on several occasions, would put on his black raincoat and take it out to practice.
That was in Dallas period.
Well, that was in the Dallas
That was in
period.
Dallas.
Did he do that in New Orleans?
I don't recall him doing that in New Orleans.
Do you recall when he first mentioned Cuba?
No, I don't, sir.
Had he mentioned it before he went to New Orleans? Or was this something that he became interested in New Orleans?
I think in New Orleans the word Cuba came up much more often than in Dallas period.
He distributed the Fair Play for Cuba Committee literature. Did he talk about distributing that literature with you?
Well, he always brought his pamphlets home, and I was kind of pleased that the papers weren't as bad occupation as the playing with the rifle. So I couldn't see any harms in that.
He used the name, I believe, Hidell, Hidell, at this time. Did you write the name Hidell on any of the literature for him?
Well, he asked me to put some signature with the name like that, and I make joking remark about is that stands for Fidel? You know, is that the sound association more or less?
Did he agree that it was a variation on the name Fidel?
Well, he kind of just had a smile on it, you know.
Was that the first that anybody mentioned that Hidell was a variation on Fidel on that occasion? In other words, did anyone tell you about that before that occasion?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I think I have no further questions on this aspect of the questioning at this time.
Chair observes that the witness has now been under examination for approximately 3.5 hours. This would probably be an appropriate place for the committee to take a recess for approximately an hour. It will be the intention of the chair to recess our hearing until 1:30 this afternoon. And we will once again ask that everyone remain in their seats until our witness has left the room, after which we will then officially recess for 1 hour. Witness is at this time excused.
When did he suggest this?
I don't remember exact time.
While you were living in New Orleans?
Yes, it was in New Orleans.
And what did he say to you?
Well, he asked me for my cooperation to help him to hijack a plane. And response was that I even couldn't speak English. How can I force somebody? Or anyway, I just left at the whole matter.
Well, what did he want you to do?
Well, it was so ridiculous that even embarrassing to mention it right now. He told me that he will teach me what I'm supposed to say. You know, maybe hold the gun and tell the people, you know, that...
Well...
I forgot what really I'm supposed to do.
How did the discussion come about regarding hijacking a plane? In other words, did he approach you, and what did he say?
But I'm sorry, but I do not remember the conversation, you know, word to word right now.
Did he mention any particular airline or any particular flight?
No. It was just a general idea that he was toying with.
And did he mention where he wanted to hijack the plane to? To
no.
what country?
Pardon me, to what?
To what country?
To Cuba.
Did he mention using his rifle and his handgun?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Well, that with the gun he can persuade the pilot to fly the way he will tell him to.
And what did he want you to do?
Just to hold another gun or something like that, you know.
And what did he say, or what did you say in response to all of this?
Well, first of all, I refused, and I tried to make him to see how it will look very funny to people. Here I was pregnant with a child, you know, it doesn't look very scary.
Now this happened after the Walker incident. You were in New Orleans.
It was in New Orleans, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you tell anyone of this, of his suggestion to hijack a plane?
Then, no.
Okay. You did not tell any relatives or friends?
No.
Did you think he was serious? Did you think he was going to carry out such a plan?
I really cannot say. I don't know.
When did you first learn of his planned trip to Mexico City? When did you first know about that?
Shortly before I left for Dallas with Ruth Payne.
How did you learn of this?
He told me about his plans to go to Mexico City and visit Cuban embassy over there.
Did he tell you how he was going to travel to Mexico City?
By the bus.
What else did he say about the trip to Mexico City?
He told me not to tell anybody about that.
And who is he referring to when he told you not to tell anyone?
Mrs. Payne.
Did he give you a reason for not telling?
Yes, because he said that maybe he won't be able to come back.
Come back where? To the United States?
Well, he was, he told me that Mrs. Payne would not approve such an action on his part, and maybe if he would not come back, he wouldn't be helpful to me, since we really did need her financial support at that time.
Did he say he was going to travel there with anyone, in the company of anyone?
No, he didn't.
Well, do you think he traveled with anyone? Is there anything that would lead you to believe that he traveled to Mexico City with someone else?
No.
Would it have been likely that he would have?
I don't think so, because Lee was quite secretive as a person. He would not share his plans with somebody else that easily. He never mentioned afterwards, after he came back from Mexico, that he was with somebody.
Did he tell you the planned route that he anticipated traveling to Mexico City?
No, he did not.
Tell us precisely then what happened when you left New Orleans.
Me and my child and Ruth went over Dallas, and we left Lee behind at this apartment in New Orleans.
When was the last time you saw Lee in New Orleans?
Do you mean the date?
Yeah, in relation to the day you left to go back to Dallas.
I don't remember the date, but Mrs. Payne came to New Orleans and she picked me up. And all the belongings and things like that.
She carried all your belongings back to Dallas?
In her car, yes.
Who helped pack, or who packed the belongings?
Lee did.
Did you also?
Maybe very few minus baby stuff. We did not have that much of belongings.
How many possessions did you have then? Did you have furniture?
No.
So when we talk about belongings, we're talking about...
Just the clothing and cooking utensils.
So what did you have, boxes and suitcases?
Mainly boxes.
What about the rifle? Did you see that?
Well, Lee packed all the things.
Do you recall seeing the rifle among the goods, among your belongings?
No, everything was packed and he loaded in the car all by himself.
Who loaded it in the car?
Lee did.
Was the rifle visible? Could you see it?
No.
Where did Lee get the money to travel to Mexico City?
Well, he told me that he was saving from his paycheck, put inside, and we have very moderate spending, only on bare necessities.
Did he show you the money he had saved?
No.
What was your reaction to this whole affair, going to Mexico City and going back to Dallas?
I was very upset about. I did not know if I ever see Lee again. I had to be responsible for one child I had, and I was expecting another one in a way. So, in a way, I was quite lost. And on top of everything, I could not share that with no one.
Could you share it with Ruth Payne?
No.
Why do you say that?
Well, I don't know why, but I wasn't approved of what Lee did, but at the same time, he was my husband, and I had to be somehow loyal to him.
When he left for Mexico City, when you both parted in New Orleans,
Yes.
When did you expect to see him again?
I honestly did not expect to see him again, but he said that if his trip to Cuban embassy would be unsuccessful and they would not permit him, so then he come back to Ruth Payne house in Irving, Texas.
That he would not come back?
He will come back.
Wait a minute. You're saying, the question was, when did you expect to see him again?
Probably a matter of a week.
Oh, you did expect him to come back after the Mexico?
Well, if he, it was understood if he can go to Cuba right away, he will go. But if he can't, then he come back to Texas.
If he had been successful in getting to Cuba right away, what was your plan? What were you to do?
Well, he said that he will be in touch with me and send for me to follow him to Cuba.
Did he ever discuss, if he were unsuccessful in getting into Cuba, that he would try to go back to the Soviet Union from Mexico City?
Yes, that was discussed too.
And at that point, was he willing to go back to the Soviet Union?
As far as I remember right now, I think it.
At that time, were you willing to go back to the Soviet Union?
Well, our living conditions weren't very nice, and Lee not be capable of handle job for a long time. I thought it would be more security if I go back home.
When he did return to Dallas, did he tell you about his experience in Mexico City?
In very short terms, that he was unsuccessful, and he talked with some people over there. They denied him a visa, and he was very disappointed.
Did he tell you who he met with, what he did, and what he did?
He did not mention the names.
Did he tell you where he went?
Well, like a Cuban counselor, maybe.
Did he ever mention to you anything about the university in Mexico City?
No.
Did he ever discuss anything of a social nature, what he did in Mexico City when he wasn't at the Cuban embassy?
I don't recall right now.
Do you remember if he ever discussed attending a party or parties?
No, he didn't.
In Mexico City?
He did not say that.
Do you know whether, well, when he got back, did he specifically tell you he had traveled from New Orleans to Mexico City and back again by bus? Did he specifically tell you he went by bus? Or are you just assuming that?
I really just assumed that because that's what he told me before he was leaving. That's how he will travel there by bus.
Do you know if he traveled through Dallas on the way to Mexico City?
Excuse me?
Do you know if he traveled through Dallas? Did he go to Mexico City from New Orleans by way of Dallas?
Well, I don't know that.
If he had, would you have expected him to stop or notify you if he had been in the area? Would that be likely?
No, I did not know about his route.
Did he ever mention to you the name Sylvia Odio?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I'm finished with this section of questioning.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Pryor, for such time as he may consume.
Mrs. Porter, when Lee Harvey Oswald returned from Mexico to Dallas, he'd been through what must have been an important experience in his life, where he was frustrated in his attempt to return to Russia or to go to Cuba. Did you notice any change in his personality at that time, once he returned from Mexico?
Well, somehow I felt that maybe he will be more settled, but no. Looked like he was quite happy to see his family back. And we were talking about the, arrival of new babies, so I thought maybe right now he will be more responsible.
Did his treatment of you improve? Did he behave towards you more responsibly?
He wasn't as brutal and violent after that compared to what was before.
So that there was a change in his personality and his treatment of you when he returned, and that change was, on the whole, to the good.
In some areas, yes, he improved to better. At least the relationship was a little bit better.
He eventually came to get a job at the Texas School Book Depository. Do you know how he got that job?
I think some friends of Mrs. Payne. I will be just speculating right now, recalling back how long it was. I mean, it was a long time ago. I think somebody helped him to get this job.
Did he ever say anything about his job? Did he like it, or did he regard it as too beneath him, or what was his attitude about it?
I think he kind of liked his job, yes.
Getting back to the other question, you know of, or can you name anyone other than Mrs. Payne who may have helped him get that job?
I think one of her neighbors was working there too. And maybe that's how, with his help or recommendation, that he got job.
That would have been Mr. Frazier.
That's the gentleman I'm thinking of.
Apart from Mr. Frazier or Mrs. Payne, do you know of anyone else who had anything to do with his getting that job?
No, I don't know.
When you were living with Mrs. Payne in Irvine and Lee Harvey Oswald was living in Dallas at the Beckley Street rooming house, did you ever visit him there in Dallas?
No.
How did you come to find out that he had registered in an assumed name, O.H. Lee, at the rooming house in Beckley Street?
Well, he left me his telephone number where he can be reached. And one day I called and asked for, to speak with him, and they said that person by that name doesn't live there. So when he came following weekend to Ruth Payne's house, I asked him what it's all about. And he said that he did not give his real name to the landlady because they don't want them to find out that maybe by reading newspapers that he was in Soviet Union, and maybe it will create some difficulties.
What was your reaction on learning that he was renting the room under an assumed name?
Well, by that time I was quite upset about him living such a secretive life, always making some stories or lies or cover up something. So it wasn't a very comfortable position to be in. At least for me it wasn't.
We've asked you earlier about whether he was devious, secretive, cunning. Did he always like to be the boss, or did he take orders gracefully?
Not very easily.
Generally speaking, how did he get along with people?
He did not have very many friends, and once like in America, the one that he met, he was very disappointed them quite quickly.
Well, I think all of these questions may perhaps be summarized this way. The questions of whether he was secretive or whether he could work with people. Can you visualize him working with an accomplice?
Personally, I can't.
And could you explain briefly why you reached that conclusion?
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist. I cannot be maybe a good judge of character. But living with a person for a few years, you at least have maybe some kind of intuition about what he might do or might not. I don't mean in every respect. But he wasn't very trustworthy, an open person. So personally, I seriously doubt that he will confide in someone.
During October and November of 1963, the 2 months just preceding the assassination, did any change occur in Lee and his conduct?
2 months before, was it that in Dallas period?
Pardon me?
Wasn't that in Dallas?
Yes. Any change different from what you've already described for us?
No, I did not see very much of Lee except only on the weekends. And it seemed to me on the weekends his mood was all right.
Could you contrast?
It was more relaxed mood instead of, very tense, like before.
He was in a relaxed mood rather than a tense mood.
Yes.
How did that compare with his mood just before the time of the Walker shooting?
Excuse me? I can't hear you.
You've indicated that he was in a more relaxed mood in October and November in Dallas. How did that compare with the mood he was in at the time immediately before the Walker shooting occurred?
Well, like before Walker, he was more irritable and annoyed by me, but maybe just because we didn't see each other for quite a long time during the week.
Was there
so
anything during...
Pardon me?
Pardon me, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Well, that's all right. Just kidding.
Was there anything during October of 1963 in Dallas that occurred that was out of the ordinary that would have been a signal to you of any kind of what was to come?
No.
How about in November? Anything out of the ordinary occur at that time that could have been a signal?
Not at all. I was thinking that the family would maybe in a way to the better life, be together, and maybe he changed for the better, forever.
Did he have any friends or acquaintances during this period in October and November?
Not that I know of. Besides seeing Michael Payne, Ruth's husband, occasionally, I don't know anybody that he was talked with or associated with.
Was he friendly with Frazier, Ruth Payne's neighbor?
I really don't know, sir, because I've seen men very few times, and I do not know if they talk about anything. Anyway, he did not make any remarks about another gentleman.
I want to ask you about some meetings you had with one person during this period. Do you know an FBI agent named James Hsca?
Well, I remember the name. I do not remember his face by now.
How do you know him?
He came at Ruth Payne's house one day, and he asked some questions through her about if I have been ever approached by any agents from another country, and I told him no. And he asked me to let him know if such an incident occurred.
And Lee was not present at the time.
No, he was at work.
What was Lee's reaction?
When he found out about that, he was very angry again. And he said that he will talk to Mr. Hsca and tell him to stop harassing me.
Did he say anything about whether you should speak to him again if Mr. Hsca should come again?
Excuse me?
Well, let me put it this way. How many times did Mr. Hsca visit you?
I recall only one incident, but could be two, maybe, I don't know. That could be another record, in the Warren Commission.
What were the visits of the FBI like from your point of view? Were you intimidated by them or frightened by them, or what was your attitude about it?
Well, at the beginning I took this as a routine procedure because, after all, we just came from communist country, and I really didn't see anything unusual about the government. You know, keep an eye on your government official, checking on you occasionally.
So
it did not disturb me that much.
But Lee's reaction to it was, well, could you just describe what his reaction to these two?
Well, sometimes I thought that maybe it did cross my mind, maybe because lack of holding a job, maybe it was because somebody were investigating him on the job, so.
What was his opinion generally of the FBI?
Well, he wasn't fond of them.
Pardon me?
He wasn't very fond of them.
Did he give them credit for causing him to lose his job in New Orleans because of the Fair Play for Cuba leaflets?
I think so.
Do you know if Lee ever mentioned President Kennedy to Mr. Hsca, Agent Hsca?
I don't know.
When was the last time that you saw Hsca before November 22nd, 1963?
Whatever this visit that was at Mrs. Payne's house, that's only one or twice maybe I seen him. I think maybe he came back. I do not recall exactly if he ever came back again.
Do you know when the last time Lee saw Hsca before November 22nd?
No, I don't remember the date.
Did you ever see Hsca after November 22nd, after the assassination?
I do not remember Mr. Hsca's face, so I cannot say if I seen him or not. No, I do not recall seeing him afterwards.
Could you tell us a little more about the visit of the FBI to you on their first and second visits? Who was present when they first visited you? Was Mrs. Payne with you, did I understand you to say?
Yes, Mrs. Payne was with me.
Was anyone else with you?
No.
And where was this?
When or where? It was at her house.
Where was it? Did you speak in the house or out in the yard?
It was in the house.
And could you tell us in a little more detail what was said at that meeting?
Mrs. Penn was acting as interpreter. So she told me that, as I told you before, the man was just want me to tell him if anybody will ever, any agent of another country will ever ask me to work for them or something like in that manner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions in that area at this time.
Chairman Stokes is conferring with Richardson Pryor at the moment. The whispering you can hear is Marina Porter whispering to her lawyer. I'd be quiet if we could really hear what she was saying, but you can just hear the kind of whisper in the background.
Mrs. Porter, we're going to show you Exhibit F 183 and 184, the 133A. Would the clerk please hand Mrs. Porter the exhibit? And for demonstration purposes, we have on the easel F383. And my questions are going to be directed toward the back of the photograph where the handwriting is.
Okay.
Mrs. Porter, if you'd again direct your attention to the lower left-hand corner where the writing says, "To my friend George from Lee Oswald."
Yes.
And I specifically call your attention to the numbering in the lower extreme left-hand corner where it has 5/Roman numeral 4/63.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us, was that Lee's custom in dating letters or whatever? Was it his custom to use that style? The style you see here with the 5 with a Roman numeral?
I really cannot tell that much about.
Would you take a look at it?
No, I really don't know, sir.
I'm sorry.
I do not know.
Have you ever seen that style of dating where the month is designated by a Roman numeral?
I don't see anything so unusual about it because isn't it everybody's preference how they want to write?
Okay,
What do you mean all the Romans are all...
I'm sorry, repeat that?
You're trying to say that all the numbers should be in Roman numerals?
No, I'm not saying which way they should be. I'm asking you if as you look at those numbers, what do you see in front of you? What numbers?
5-4th month 63.
4/63.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The question is, that style of designating the month with Roman numerals, is that a style of writing that you know to be characteristic of Lee Oswald?
I really don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No.
Do you ever use that style of designating a date?
I think in Russia it is customary in Russia to
It is customary in Russia
use Roman numerals for the month.
to designate the month.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if Lee adopted that style?
I do not know, really.
Okay. All right, Mrs. Porter, let me direct your attention to November 21st, 1963. It was a Thursday.
What is the date?
21st of November.
Okay.
Where were you that day?
I was at Mrs. Payne's house.
And just for the record, where is Mrs. Payne's house?
In Irving, Texas.
Irving, Texas. Okay. What did you do that day in Irving?
20, what day of the week was it?
It was a Thursday.
Thursday? Well, just a routine. I do not really remember it. Just a routine.
Was Lee there that morning? Was he staying with you?
I really don't remember. Yes, probably he did come Thursday.
When did he come on Thursday?
He usually come on Friday, but he came on Thursday.
Okay. At what part of the day did he come?
After work.
After work. So about what time would that be?
6 o'clock. Between 5 and 6.
And what do you remember exactly what happened when he arrived? First of all, what were you doing? What were you doing?
I don't remember.
Okay. How do you remember Lee arriving Thursday afternoon, November 21st?
How do I remember right now after testifying so many times to so many people, you know?
Well, do your best. How do you remember today?
Well, I'm sorry, I do not recall what exactly I was doing, and I just know that he arrived at Thursday and it was after work.
Okay. Well, do you remember, describe the situation when you first saw him on that afternoon? In other words, did he come through the door? Did he come through the back door, the front door? Did you see him when you were in the kitchen?
Sorry, I do not remember.
You don't remember any details?
No.
What did he say? Can you remember what he said to you when he came in?
No, I don't remember.
Did he say hello?
Isn't usually people say hello when they see each other?
Do you
Probably.
Do you remember what you said to him?
No, I don't.
Were you surprised that he came on a Thursday?
Yes, it wasn't the usual day that he comes.
So, did you make any comment to that effect?
I probably have.
Can you remember what you said?
No, I don't.
When had you last spoken to him prior to him coming to Irving on Thursday? When had you last talked to him?
I don't remember, sir.
Well, when was the last time you had seen him?
Prior to that?
Prior, yeah.
He usually come every weekend.
Do you remember seeing him the weekend before?
No, but I don't think, one of the weekends he did not come on Friday, I don't think so. Because he was angry with me or something like that.
How did he act when you first saw him on Thursday evening?
Well, I think maybe, I try my best to remember. I think prior to that, maybe we had disagreement or argument about something, like him hiding the name.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Like, I think that maybe it was in connection of him hiding his real name at the landlady's office, and maybe we had the argument over that, and I thought maybe he came just to make up, you know.
Okay. Well, what did you discuss when he came on Thursday evening? Can you recall? Did you speak about that? His using a fictitious name?
Well, we were talking about him renting apartment for us, and I would like to be. It was very big imposition to live with Mrs. Payne, and I thought we just should live as a family, and I think that was discussed for us all moved together.
You remember discussing these things that night, Thursday night, the 21st?
Not word, the word.
Not word for word, but
yes,
this is what you remember generally speaking.
Yes.
All right. How did he appear when he came home that night?
Quite normal. It was nothing unusual in his appearance.
It was not unusual that he would come in on a Thursday?
No, it wasn't anything unusual in his appearance. Because you asked me how did he look.
Did he seem relaxed?
Yes.
Did he seem in any way different than he usually would appear?
No.
Did he seem calmer than normal?
Yes.
Can you relate or remember that did he act in any way like he did prior to the Walker incident?
No.
And please explain why you say no.
Well, he was more withdrawn person before Walker, more hostile. He was more in peaceful mode right now, and was willing to listen to me more so than then.
What do you mean he was willing to listen?
Well, like for example, if maybe before I would say I would like for us to be together, and he would tell me to, just stop dreaming or something, just cut me off or not listen at all. But now at least he was listening to what I had to say.
In other words, that evening you're saying he would listen to you more.
Yes.
Did he discuss, or what was said? Let me strike that. Did you all eat dinner together? You and Lee
Yes.
with the Paynes?
What else? I recall that was President Kennedy supposed to come on Friday?
That's correct.
Okay, so that was a quite interesting news to me, and I was asking Lee about President being in Dallas, and he did not make any comment about it all. It seemed like he did, well, like before I said that he was more listening to me, but now when I recall back, it was quite unusual that he did not want to talk about President Kennedy being in Dallas at that particular evening. That was quite peculiar.
What did he say what did you say to him about President Kennedy's trip to Dallas?
Well, it was quite exciting, for me to talk about. It seemed like he's changing the subject or just refused to talk about, but it wasn't in any hostile way or violent form. Just looked like he just ignored it a little bit, to talk about.
What did he say? Do you remember?
No, I don't.
How did he dismiss talking about Kennedy? Did he say?
Or maybe change subject about talking about our newborn baby or something like that.
How many times did you bring up the subject of President Kennedy coming to Dallas?
Well, I don't remember how many times right now.
Did it come up more than once?
Probably.
And what was his reaction each time?
He just didn't want to talk about it somehow.
Was anyone else talking about it? Was Ruth Payne talking about
Yes,
it?
Mrs. Payne.
Was Michael
Discussed that, pardon me?
I'm sorry. Mrs. Payne was discussing it.
Yeah, that's how I learned from Mrs. Payne that President Kennedy coming to town.
And what was your reaction then? Did his not wanting to talk about the upcoming visit of President Kennedy, what was your reaction to his attitude?
Well, I did not, if he didn't want to talk about, I did not pursue him further.
Did you at all think that evening, did you think back at all that evening before, when Lee was home and he didn't want to talk about the upcoming presidential visit? Did it ever cross your mind did the Walker incident
No.
or the Nixon incident?
No.
Did Lee say anything at all about President Kennedy that night?
No, I asked him, for example, if he know which route President Kennedy will take or something, and he said he doesn't know anything about it.
That's what he said. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
Did you ask whether he was going to watch President Kennedy when he came through downtown Dallas?
I don't remember that.
That evening, did you know the route the president was going to take?
No.
Did Mrs. Payne know?
I don't know. She didn't tell me.
And your testimony is that Lee did not know, or did not tell you?
He did not tell me that he knew.
And when was all this discussion about President Kennedy taking place? Was this taking place at the dinner table?
No, I think maybe it was in the living room. In front of the television set. Pardon me?
While the television was on?
Probably.
Do you recall watching any news programs that evening that were describing the...
Well, I didn't, Mrs. Payne did speak Russian, and I did not understand English well enough to know what it was all about.
I'm sorry, did you say that Mrs. Payne did not speak Russian?
She did speak Russian.
She did speak Russian, okay. What happened, now let me ask you, when you were in the living room discussing President Kennedy's visit, was that before or after dinner?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. What happened later on that evening? Were there any further discussions about the upcoming presidential visit?
He went to bed before me, and I had some other chores to do around the house. So when I went to bed, he was asleep.
Before he went to bed, did he pay any attention to his daughter, his child?
Yes, he did. Usually on the weekends, he did play with children.
Did he play with her that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall for how long?
I don't remember.
Did he act differently toward you that evening, comparing it with other occasions when you had seen him in the recent past?
Well, since I was angry at him previous weekend, I didn't want him to just I didn't want to make up that easily. I want him, to teach him a lesson, not to do this anymore.
Now, when you moved in with Ruth Payne, where were your belongings?
In Mrs. Payne's house, in the garage, most of them.
And how much space did they occupy in the garage?
I don't remember, but you have to go in between boxes, in the garage.
Could you get an automobile in the garage at the same time?
I don't remember.
And do you recall going in that garage from time to time when you lived with the Paynes?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing where his rifle was located? In other words, did you know where it was?
Yes, I did.
Where was it?
In the garage.
Where in the garage?
I'm out of, but I think it was wrapped in a blanket.
And where was this blanket? In other words, was it in plain view? Was it
No,
in the corner?
it was in between boxes, I think. That's how that's how I remember right now.
Did you ever see it unwrapped? Did you ever see the gun when you were at Ruth Payne's? Did you ever see the rifle taken outside of the blanket? Was it ever exposed?
No.
On the night of the 21st, did you see Lee go into the garage?
No.
Did you see him go into the backyard at all?
I don't remember.
When he was playing or paying attention to the child, what were you doing at that time?
I don't remember, sir. Sorry about that.
Would it be your usual custom to be playing with the child with him?
Excuse me?
Would you usually play together with the child?
No. Usually I'd be busy doing something. I did have 2 children, so when you take care of one,
Do you remember at all Lee going out into the backyard or the side yard toward the garage?
I don't remember that.
And you just testified that when you went to bed or got to bed, he was asleep.
Yes.
What did he give in? Now, in the book, Marina and Lee, you are quoted as saying in that at one point in the morning, 3 a.m. I think it is, that there was an incident where he kicked you vehemently, I think the word is in the book.
Pardon?
He kicked you very forcefully, pushed your leg or something to that effect.
Yes.
Would you comment on that?
No, I meant, I do not remember that incident right now.
But it's your testimony that when you got to bed that night, he was asleep? Or he seemed asleep?
Yes.
Are you sure he was asleep?
Well, I assumed that he was. He wasn't awake.
What happened the next morning?
I'm sorry, it's very hard for me to remember right now details. So whatever I told Priscilla, that was the truth. My memories was much fresher then, and you can take the statements in the book as a true fact.
Tell us what happened the morning, Friday morning, November 22nd. What happened at dawn or when you woke up?
Well, based on my recollection right now, I think I wanted to get up and maybe fix a cup of coffee for you or something. He told me not to get up. He'll do it himself.
How did he look? How did he appear in the morning?
As usual.
Well, he got dressed for work, in other words?
Yes.
Did he appear at all to be nervous?
No.
Agitated or excited?
No, it's nothing in his behavior that I would be suspicious of something.
Are you saying that he acted in a normal fashion?
As far as I remember right now, yes.
Did he at all resemble the way he appeared before the Walker incident?
No.
In other words, your testimony today is that his demeanor at the time of November 22nd was different. He was calm. He was acting normally.
Yes.
What did he say to you as he went to work?
I'm sorry, I do not remember that. Goodbye, probably.
And where were you when he went out to work that morning?
In the bedroom.
You were still in bed?
Yes.
Was it dark in the room?
I think so. It's very early.
And you don't recall what he said when he walked out?
No.
At that time, did you detect anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Counsel. Procedure at this point will be as follows. The chair will recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Pryor, for such time as he may consume, after which the committee will operate under the 5-minute rule. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Pryor.
Mrs. Porter, when did you first learn that President Kennedy had been assassinated?
I was watching television, and all of a sudden everything went blurry, and I did not know what happened. And Mrs. Payne explained to me, she told me that somebody shot President Kennedy.
Did you continue to watch television with Mrs. Payne to learn more news about it?
Yes.
What was your reaction to the news?
Well, it was a horrible, shocking news.
Did the TV, as you listened to it, say that the shots had come or were believed to have come from the Texas Book Depository?
Well, I did not understand English, but I think Mrs. Payne told me that shots came from school book depository.
Did you have any intuitive feelings about the shooting at that moment?
Well, for instance, my heart kind of stopped or ache. I don't know how to describe the feeling. I felt very uneasy and uncomfortable. And I was afraid that maybe my face would betray me, so I went outside. So I didn't want Ruth Payne to see, the blood was rushing to my cheeks. Whatever.
You were feeling uneasy and uncomfortable because you thought Lee might be involved?
Well, for instance, it did cross my mind. I thought to myself, I hope it wasn't Lee.
When did you first learn of Lee's involvement?
When policemen came at Ruth Payne's house and told me through her that Lee was arrested.
Did you go to the police station with the policeman?
Yes, I think so. Well, all these days, not very clear in my memory, because after that everything was very fuzzy.
But you did see Lee at the police station not long after the assassination, I believe.
I don't remember. Was it the same day or the next day? I do not recall.
When you saw him there, did you speak to him through a glass window?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about?
Well, it just seemed to me that he was avoiding to discussing with me the assassination at all. He just talked about the children mainly.
Did he give you any signals indicating you should avoid talking about the assassination?
Yes, he did, because it was a glass between us, and it was a telephone receiver that you were supposed to talk to. And he motioned with his eyes on the telephone, and I understood that maybe he meant that it was, so it was taped or something, so to be careful what you're saying. So he just told me not to worry about anything, everything will be all right.
So that he signaled with his eyes at the telephone,
yes,
indicating to you, be careful what you say. Was his response calm, or was it excited?
What kind of response?
Well, when you met him at the police station, was his attitude calm, or was he excited or talkative?
He looked scared to me.
He looked scared. Was he protesting his innocence, for example? Did he?
He never told me that. He did not tell me in exact words that I am innocent.
If he had been innocent, do you think he would have protested his innocence to you, or that he would have complained about his rights being violated?
Well,
would that have been typical of him?
Well, I really cannot say, sir. I don't know.
While he was in jail, did he ever call you on the telephone?
I don't remember.
Did he ever at any time give you any hint as to why he did it?
No.
Or any hint as to whether he had any accomplices, anyone assisting him?
No.
How were you treated by the FBI after the assassination?
Well, they were quite strict with me.
How about the Secret Service?
And they were the nice guys, I guess.
So is it fair to say your attitude was more favorable toward the Secret Service than toward the FBI after the assassination?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you ever contacted by any foreign government after the assassination?
No.
Were you ever contacted by anyone who, in effect, supported Lee Harvey Oswald's act in assassinating the president?
No.
Never at any time?
No.
Did you know Officer Tippit?
No.
Or did you know Jack Ruby?
No.
Do you know whether Lee knew Officer Tippit?
I don't know about that.
How about Jack Ruby?
Not to my knowledge.
Mrs. Porter, with the benefit of 15 years hindsight, living with the assassination all of these years, and knowing Lee Harvey Oswald probably better than anyone else ever knew him, can you tell this committee and the American public if it is your opinion that Lee Harvey Oswald killed the president?
Well, I don't know if I'm qualified to make statements like that because I knew one side of Lee, but I do not have qualification to make a judgment of his whole character and put all the pieces together.
So you do not wish to give an opinion on that subject?
Well, I don't think I'm in position or qualified to give opinion like that.
Let me ask one final question in this field. If he did it, do you have an opinion as to why he would have done it?
No, I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I, at this time, wanted to review some of the areas which we've already gone over. And as you indicated, I think some of the other members, all of the other members will wish to participate in that too. Areas which we've already covered today, but on which I would like to ask Mrs. Porter about some earlier statements which she has made, which might appear to be inconsistent with some statements which she's made today. I understand we will proceed till 4 o'clock today.
That is gentleman's correct.
All right. Well, then if the chair permits, I will begin with a few of those instances at this time.
Gentleman's recognized.
First, Mrs. Porter, I understand that at the time you testified before the Warren Commission, you could not speak or understand English very well.
That's correct.
You did not use it in the course of your everyday activities, the English language.
I testified for Warren Commission more than once, and they always provide an interpreter for me.
So that you did need a translator when you testified before the Warren Commission.
That's correct.
When did you learn to speak English so that you could use it in the course of your everyday activities?
Well, it did come gradually. I cannot say it took 5 months or 6 months or a year. It was a gradual learning process.
Could you make some general estimate of, say, within the last 3 years?
Well, maybe like a year and a half after assassination. I could communicate maybe 3-4 months after November 22nd.
First, I would like to ask you a few questions about the Komsomol, Communist Youth Movement, which you testified to today. You testified this morning, as I understand, that you were expelled from it primarily because you married a foreigner. That seemed to be the main reason. Back in December 3rd of 1963, shortly after the assassination, you talked with the FBI about this, You told them you were expelled from it for failing to pick up your membership card. You did not mention your marriage to Lee, as I recall. Why did you not mention your marriage at that time?
I did not understand your question. Why did I did not what?
Well, today...
Oh, I see. I give you different reason today for it. Well, I assume that the reason for me to being expelled from the organization was for that reason, because I was under pressure before. But their excuse for expelling me, they did not tell me directly, well, because you married to a foreigner, that's why we're expelling you. They said because I wasn't a good member, I did not pay my dues on time or whatever. So it was, on the paper, it was a legitimate excuse for them.
You testified today, I believe, that you did pay your dues regularly to the Komsomol. Earlier, you told the Warren Commission you paid your dues regularly. Earlier, you mentioned in a deposition that you were discharged from the Komsomol because you did not pay dues. Did you pay your dues?
Well, sometimes I usually did, at the beginning, but then on the end of it, if I missed a month, or something like that. What I'm trying to say, that my involvement with the organization was only the things I did. I paid the tuitions or whatever, a few cents a month or something like that. Well, on this meeting, when they discharged me, they discussed my character, and looked like it wasn't good enough for me to be such an irresponsible member of the organization. Excuse me, may I add also that Lee frightened me as well about, he thought that if authorities ever find out that I'm a member of such an organization, I could be prosecuted in that country too. So maybe at the beginning when the FBI were questioning me, I was still afraid that might cause some inconveniences or departure out of this country.
Let me turn to one other area, which is Lee's trip to Mexico. You told us today that you knew of Lee's intended trip to Mexico City when you were living in New Orleans. And I believe you've said that also to the Warren Commission. Why did you not give the FBI this information when they interviewed you back in November the 29th, 1963, approximately a week after the assassination?
Well, I thought at the time I did not really have the country to go to. My husband committed horrible crime. I did not know if I would be prosecuted for that just as well, just being his wife, because I did not know rules and regulations and law of this country at all. So I thought that if I told them that I knew about Mexico, I would be responsible just as well as he did, as he does, for what he did.
As late as January 22nd, 1964, you were still denying that you knew Lee was going to Mexico when you lived in New Orleans. But about 10 days after that, you testified before the Warren Commission that you did know of the trip. If you were trying to protect Lee in December by not telling of the Mexican trip,
I tried to protect myself as well, sir.
Protecting yourself.
And to tell you the truth, I did not like FBI. I did not like the treatment. I'm sorry to say that. I was frightened. And I sometimes, maybe deliberately, was difficult of giving information to the FBI.
Were you pressured by anyone to change your testimony between those dates? That's just a 10-day period there. Did the FBI or the Secret Service or anyone suggest to you to change your testimony there?
Well, I don't remember.
Or would you not have remembered if one of them...
I think it was, well, I did not want to talk about the FBI, but I do believe that one of the FBI agents, he brought something that looks like came from Mexico, and little by little question, I had to confess that I did know. Maybe that's what it was, I don't remember right now.
Well, as I understand your testimony, you are saying now you did know of the trip to Mexico, and you gave your earlier statements to the FBI to protect Lee and to protect yourself.
That's correct.
We talked earlier today about the use of the alias Elik Hadel by Lee in New Orleans. And I think you also told the Warren Commission that Lee used Hadel and that was just an altered form of the name Fidel Castro. Why did you tell the Secret Service when they interviewed you 10 days after the assassination that to your knowledge Lee had never used the name Elik Hadel?
I don't remember this incident at all.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
10 days after assassination, you said?
Yes, approximately 10 days afterwards. You apparently indicated to the Secret Service that that Lee had never used the name Elik Hadel.
Well, my emotional conditions weren't very normal at the time after the assassination, so I could maybe remember something one day and forget the next one, or frightened, or whatever the circumstances were. But when I gave testimony to the Warren Commission, it was all the truth.
Shifting to the question of the rifle and the pistol, you've told us that you didn't like rifles and guns. When was the first time you saw the pistol that Lee had?
I really do not remember what month or the day it was, and when I learned about the existence of it.
Was it on the occasion of the photograph, or was it on the occasion of the Nixon incident that you mentioned? Which was the first time that you knew he had a pistol?
Well, I cannot right now to compare when it was, when the picture was taken, when the Nixon incident was, before or after.
I think the picture was taken in March, and the Nixon photograph was in April. The picture must have been the first time, if you noticed he had the pistol at that time.
This will be more logical way of remembering, probably when it was taken a picture. Because I really do not know, or right now, where's the pistol come from?
Did you make any comment to Lee when the picture was being taken about the rifle and the pistol?
Well, I probably did.
Did you comment on both of them, the pistol and the rifle? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but it's very possible that I did.
Well, if you saw the Nixon or if you saw the pistol during the Nixon incident, why did you tell the secret police at that time, the Secret Service at that time, that you had never seen Lee with a pistol?
Well, maybe at the time they questioned me, I did not remember. Maybe I tried to protect myself from something, I do not know.
You did know that Lee had killed Officer Tippit with a pistol at that time, did you not? So you knew he had used a pistol before.
Yes, that's probably correct. I do not remember when I found out about Officer Tippit.
Another area of some apparently contradictory statements is in the area of ammunition. You told us today that Lee practiced with a rifle and that you saw ammunition lying around, and you told that to the Warren Commission also. Why did you tell the FBI on December 17th, 1963, again shortly after the assassination, that you had never seen ammunition around the house?
For one simple reason, I was frightened of my well-being in this country.
Would you like to make any general statement at this time about the earlier inconsistencies in your testimony? You have told us that they were, as I understand it, were due at first to your desire to protect Lee, perhaps to your fear of the FBI, perhaps to your fear of being a foreigner in a strange country. Is that basically correct? Is there any further general explanation you would like to give of why there are these inconsistencies in your earlier testimony?
Quite mixed emotions. I was very grateful to Mrs. Ruth Payne to give her shelter when I needed it. I was very embarrassed about the fact that she found out that I knew about all this trips to Mexico and rifle and things like that. It was very embarrassing for me to admit to myself that she has been used, in a way that will be against her religion and her beliefs, and it was insulting for me to do such a thing to a friend. That was one part of it. The fear for not be able to, be persecuted by law for knowing about those things, that was there too.
It has been alleged by some critics that the reason your story changed was not so much because of the reasons you have given and because of your own beliefs, but rather because the FBI and the Secret Service put pressure on you to incriminate Lee immediately after the assassination. While the FBI and the Secret Service did question you, was there ever any pressure from them for you to give evidence that would incriminate Lee, evidence that you believe to be false?
No, that's not correct. I may be like Secret Service, but and dislike FBI, but both of those people were working for one cause, to find the truth. Secret Service did question in a more gentle way, and I responded that much better. FBI sometimes were a little bit too brutal, and my response wasn't as cooperative. maybe some little way I want to punish them for it and not to give them information or correct information. But it wasn't for the reasons that I have been accused of doing it. It was a human mistake, human error in my own character. I do apologize for it, but it's not because they tried to twist my arm and told me what should I tell and what not to tell. That's not true.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. I have no further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Committee at this time will operate under the 5-minute rule. Might say to the members we have to conclude today's hearing in this room by 4 p.m. Obviously, we will have to continue the hearing as it relates to this witness on tomorrow. We'll proceed as far as we can this afternoon. Mrs. Porter, throughout your testimony here today, you've indicated that Lee Harvey Oswald always spoke of liking President Kennedy. Is that correct?
That's true, sir.
You never heard him speak of him in a hostile manner?
No.
Then is it consistent, in your opinion then, that a man who spoke of President Kennedy as he did also was accused of having killed the president?
That's very hard for me to comprehend.
Now, have you on occasions indicated that you thought perhaps he was not shooting at President Kennedy but was trying to hit someone else?
It was my loud speculations. We don't have any foundation for it because it was very hard for me to even think about how a person who could like someone can do such a thing to it. The reason I mentioned Mr. Conley, I mentioned his name only because Lee was correspondent at one time in his life with Governor Conley.
Well, can you tell us a little bit more about that? What had he in effect said about Governor Conley?
Not very much. I just learned from him when we were in Russia that he did write Governor Conley for some legal matter. I think about his him coming back to the United States or have something to do with the service. I do not recall what it was. Then we received letters from Governor Conley, and Lee pointed out the envelope with it. Instead of a stamp, it was a Mr. Conley's picture on it, and he explained to me that's how people who wants to be elected, it's a form of advertising before election or something like that.
Did this have something to do with the type of a discharge that he had, which he was dissatisfied with?
Well, at the time, I thought it was just a matter of getting entrance visa or permission to enter United States again. That's what I thought at the time. Anyway, I heard the name in Soviet Union, Mr. Conley, and I thought maybe he was angry somehow at that man.
I'm sorry.
I thought maybe for some reason he was angry at that man.
And in expressing that anger, do you recall what he said?
No, I did not say that he was expressing our anger. Immaturely, I tried to make some kind of logical explanation for why all this happened. I could not. It was hard for me to believe that he really was aiming at Mr. Kennedy.
Well, were there several occasions in which he expressed himself regarding Governor Conley?
I don't remember right now.
Can you recall having given testimony to someone regarding his attitude towards Governor Conley?
Well, I had so many testimonies, I do not recall that. I don't remember.
So at this time you have no recollection of that?
No.
You mentioned to us that when the two of you arrived in New York, that Lee Harvey Oswald was somewhat disappointed because the press was not there. Is that correct?
I don't remember. It was in New York or in Dallas. Maybe when we got off the plane in Dallas, maybe that was when he expressed his disappointment.
And why did he indicate he was disappointed? The press dismissed.
Well, he told me that it was in the news when he left the United States. So now he, probably news media will be waiting, for him over there just as well. So he told me to get prepared for it, and there's nobody were there.
So when no one was there, what did he say?
Well, it's not what he said, and maybe just the expression of his face maybe indicated that, there's no one there.
So then we're to understand that what he manifested was an expression or an attitude, not necessarily did he say anything or verbalize anything.
Well, I do not recall right now, that's correct. But
were there other occasions when
somehow I did learn about that he was, one way or another expressed this kind of statement.
Were there other occasions when he indicated that he felt he ought to get attention from the press?
No, I don't remember that. I don't remember the other occasion.
You said to Judge Pryor earlier today that Lee Harvey Oswald very much admired President Fidel Castro. And then you indicated right behind that at about that time he appeared to be in a revolutionary mood. You recall that?
Yes.
Tell us what you meant by that.
Well, Fidel Castro, it was a new, president of the new republic, and he was leader of the revolution in Cuba. And when Lee obtained a rifle, and I guess that's somehow in my mind it's associated with some kind of revolution.
Did he then often talk about revolution?
Not in this country. No.
Not in this country?
No.
Where did he talk about revolution?
No, he talked about revolution in Cuba that already.
Did he talk about it often?
Yes.
Do you recall what he said about it?
No, I don't remember details right now.
But he did talk about it often?
I don't know.
My time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, there won't necessarily be any continuity in my questions. I'm going to question you about various things that have occurred to me during your previous testimony, and I'm not attempting to confuse you in any way. First of all, I would ask you, are you in reasonably good health?
I'm okay.
I notice you have a habit of putting your left arm behind you. Are you discomfort there?
No, that's okay. It's just an uncomfortable chair, and when you lean over, your back gets hurt.
Well, we'll try to remedy that tomorrow then. Are you a citizen of the United States now?
No, I'm not.
You are not. Has anyone during the course of this past 15 years threatened to deport you if you didn't answer in a manner that you thought they thought you should? They have not.
No.
You've had no such threats.
No.
Going to another matter, when Lee obtained the job at the Texas School Book Depository, did he seek that job at that place, or was it just happenstance as far as you know that he obtained a job there?
I don't understand your question, sir.
But did he seek a job at the Texas Book Depository specifically? Is that where he wanted to find a job?
I don't think so. He was looking for a job at the time, and
as far as you know, that job just came up then?
Yes, that's
and
true.
he didn't seek that particular location as far as you know?
No.
Did he mention to you when the Kennedy visit was discussed that he had a box seat for the motorcade in his present employment?
No,
He never mentioned that.
no.
When is the last time you spoke to your husband?
In jail, after he was arrested?
Through the glass?
Yes.
You were asked, I think, by Judge Pryor whether or not you received a telephone call from him, and you said you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Now, wouldn't you actually remember if that would happen to be the last time you spoke to him while he was alive?
It doesn't ring the bell, I don't recall. I think, in my memory, the last time I spoke to Lee when he was in jail.
But you have no recollection of
No.
that. Did he ever talk to you about the shooting at General Walker?
Afterwards, yes.
What did
Not very much, but only what I told you, that's all I remember.
But this was afterwards, of course, but what did he say about it? That he had missed, or what?
Well, we had quite long discussions, and if I go in details right now, which I do not remember, the general idea was that he didn't think, he thought he was really doing good service to a country by eliminating a person like Mr. Walker.
Did you happen to be watching television at the time your husband was shot by Jack Ruby?
No.
You did not see that incident?
No.
Was Jack Ruby ever at Mrs. Payne's home?
No.
Had you ever met him on any previous occasion?
Never.
Have you never was contacted with him after the incident?
No.
The morning that Lee left, told you to stay in bed, that he'd fix his own coffee. Did you see him leave?
You mean the driveway or the room?
That morning at 5 or 6 o'clock.
No, I stay in bed, as far as I recall right now. I did not walk to the door.
You didn't see him go down the street to pick up his ride?
No.
You then wouldn't know whether he had anything with him?
I have no idea.
You didn't see him carrying the blanketed covered gun?
I did not.
Did he mention to you anything about having a Venetian blind or a blind in the blanket?
No.
No comment about that at all? You said that when you first heard about the assassination, you were watching the television, I believe, with Mrs. Payne, and you said the thought crossed your mind, and I think your exact words, that I hope it wasn't Lee, end of quote. What caused that to come to your mind? Had this been bothering you?
What, all the time or ever since?
Oh,
What time?
Had it occurred to you previously that he might do something like this?
No. So when they mentioned school book depository, and I knew that Lee was working over there, I don't know, sixth sense or something like that. All of a sudden I just felt for some unknown reason something just...
Well, the fact that the television revealed that the incident occurred in front of the place where Lee worked, did that cause you perhaps to believe that he might have been involved?
Well, knowing about incidents with Walker, one might think, I hope it's not again.
Let's see. I'll ask further questions later. I think my time has expired.
Time of them has expired. I think this would be an appropriate time for the committee to adjourn until tomorrow morning. And the chair will first excuse the witness until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. All persons in the hearing room are requested to remain in their seats until the witness has departed the room, after which the chair will adjourn the hearings until tomorrow morning. Chair will request that all persons in the hearing room please take their seats and remain in their seats while the witness is being brought in. Additionally, at any time that the witness is taken back out of the room, we request that all persons in the room remain in their seats until the...
Last night, I believe, before this public
that was
session.
administered to you yesterday. You understand that, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Committee will operate under the 5-minute rule. This time, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mrs. Porter.
Good morning.
Mrs. Porter, yesterday in response to a question from Congressman Pryor, you said that you could not state as an opinion as to whether Lee Oswald assassinated President Kennedy. Now, as I understand it, you testified that you believed that Lee Oswald attempted to assassinate General Walker. You testified that you prevented Lee Oswald from leaving the house by locking him in a bathroom because you believed that he was going to shoot Richard Nixon. You further testified that you do not believe that Lee Oswald would have worked with an accomplice. And in answering the question as to whether Lee Oswald could have worked with an accomplice, you stated that although you weren't a psychiatrist, you knew him very well and could say that what he might and might not do. Now, Mrs. Porter, I'm going to ask you again, just as Congressman Pryor did yesterday. Do you believe that Lee Oswald killed the President of the United States?
I honestly don't know how to answer this question. I can just repeat what I said yesterday. I'm not in position to make statement to force somebody to believe my way, or if you just want my personal...
You're not going to be forcing anyone to believe one way or another.
Or convince somebody. If you want my personal opinion...
That was what you were asked yesterday.
Yes, I do.
You do believe that your husband... What is your full answer to that question?
Yes, I do believe that the man was capable of doing such a crime.
Do you believe he acted alone?
Yes, I do.
Now, would you tell this committee what you believe to be what the reasons are? What basis do you draw that conclusion?
Maybe just a plain intuition, I don't know, but I did not claim that I knew man very well. But whatever portion of his life that I share with him, I came to a conclusion that, or not conclusion, but at least I do not believe that Lee will trust and confine in someone.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your last statement there. You didn't?
I do not believe that he will confine in somebody. He wasn't that open of a person.
Is what you're telling the committee...
Only from what I know.
I understand that. As what you're telling the committee that as a result of having lived with this man for 4 years...
I don't believe it was that long.
Well, 3 years, whatever the period of time was there. That you knew him well, knew him better probably than any other human being.
I don't know.
And that as a result of your knowledge of him, is it on that basis in which you draw the conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware, or do you have any knowledge of the fact that Lee Oswald attempted suicide at any point in his life?
I did not know when we were married. I found out about that later.
How much later did you find out?
After the assassination.
After the assassination?
Yes.
You never noticed any scars on his wrist?
Yes, I did know the scar.
Did you ask him about them?
Yes.
And what was his response to you?
He didn't want to talk about it. He said it was something in his childhood he'd rather not to talk about.
Were you suspicious of the fact that he may have attempted suicide?
No.
I'd like to draw your attention, if I could, Mrs. Porter, to the period of time in which you and Lee Oswald lived in Russia, in Minsk, if I could. Do you recall the conditions under which you were living in Minsk, the type of conditions? It's been stated that these were, that you and Lee Oswald actually were living under circumstances that were better than the average Russian or the average Russian citizen, particularly an average working class Russian of 22 years old. Now, aside from the reason that you gave yesterday, that he was a foreigner, were there any other reasons why it was that you and Lee Oswald would be given special consideration in your living accommodations in Minsk?
No, that's only the reason that I could think of. Or I know only just what I said yesterday.
There's no other reason whatsoever.
I don't see any other reason.
Is it a fact that you were living under conditions that were better than the average 22-year-old Russian working class citizen?
Well, if it was only me, I would not be, I would not have that. Lee had the apartment before we were married.
Well, I understand that, but my question to you is, was it not in fact a better living condition, much better living circumstances, than the average working class 22-year-old Russian? And if so, are there any other considerations that you're aware of that he received that special consideration other than the fact that he was a foreigner?
That's the only thing that I know, just because he was a foreigner. He had the privileges.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask unanimous consent to proceed for 2 or 3 additional minutes?
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mrs. Porter, at the time you married Lee Oswald, did anyone from the Soviet Secret Service, the KGB, question you as to why you were marrying Lee Oswald?
It wasn't our permission. The permission to marry Lee wasn't granted that quickly, and the man who finally signed the papers, he tried to talk me out of it. He asked for my reasons.
He tried to talk you out of it to convince you not to marry Lee Oswald?
Why a young girl like you married a foreigner? Can't you find a Russian boy and things like that? You know him so little. So it was more or less kind of fatherly advice.
Were you asked at that time, because you were marrying a foreigner, to report to the KGB or provide any information that might come to your knowledge as a result of information your husband might share with you?
No.
At the time of your departure, or the application for departure from the Soviet Union, were you questioned by the KGB?
No.
Were you questioned by any Soviet authority as to the reasons why you wanted to leave the country, other than the people you would normally meet during the normal visa application process?
No.
Do you know whether or not your husband, Lee Oswald, at that time, was questioned by any Soviet officials as to why he wanted to leave the country?
I don't know.
Do you remember when it was that you applied for an exit visa from Russia? What month?
If I recall correctly, it's probably June.
Well, I think June 62 is when you actually left. June 2nd, 1962 is when you actually left. Do you recall when you made application?
June 61.
I'm sorry.
Could be June 61. It took a whole year to wait for the permission and papers to be processed.
You made application in June of 1961?
If I'm correct, remembering the month. But it took almost a year, a little over a year, to wait for the permission.
When you left Russia, you exited through Brest, I believe. Is that correct?
Brest? Yeah, that's the...
And then you went to Rotterdam.
Yes.
Was Lee Oswald with you the entire time, from the time you left for the Soviet Union until the time you arrived in the United States? Was there any significant period of time when he was out of your, he was absent?
Well, we traveled by train to Rotterdam, and he didn't live there's no way you can live anywhere in the train. He was present all the time.
All the time until you got to Rotterdam?
Except maybe when he went, for the bathroom and things like that.
Let me just ask, Mr. Chairman, if I can, unanimous consent for 1 additional minute just to finish this line of questions.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
You were in Rotterdam for how long?
I think we spent one night over there, I think.
If I told you it was 3 days, would you argue with me?
No.
During that 3-day period, did you see anyone other than Lee Oswald? Did you meet any people?
Not that I've seen some faces and people around, but I did not talk to anyone.
Where did you stay in Rotterdam?
It looked like a boarding house or somewhat.
How did you get the name of that boarding house? Did someone give you that, or did you just come across it?
I think Lee had some kind of preliminary, is that the correct word to use?
I'm sorry, I don't...
Anyway, it was Lee who arranged or somebody arranged for him. I do not know who it was. Or who recommended certain...
I'm sorry, I didn't...
I do not know who recommended a certain place.
But it was clear to you that when you arrived there, the people knew that you were going to be there.
I don't know.
Well, when you walked in the door, did they say, hello, it's nice to see you, we've been waiting for you? Was there any indication?
I'm sorry, I did not speak English, so Lee was doing all the talking. I just followed him.
And they spoke English then?
I assume they were.
Time to tell me this is
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll come back to this.
Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, back to the question of Mr. Dodd. When you and your husband received the visa to return to the U.S., did you ever wonder why or inquire as to why it was so easy for you all to obtain the visas to come here to the U.S.?
It wasn't easy. It was lots of red tape and lots of agony of waiting period. And up to the last minute, I did not know if we're going to be permitted to leave the country or not. So it really came as a nice surprise.
Over what period of time? Was it a month or 2 months?
It took almost a year, a little over a year.
A little over a year.
Yeah.
Why is it that you were unable to identify the rifle that allegedly belonged to Lee Oswald, when you have testified that you saw it on numerous occasions, moved it around while cleaning the house, and have taken photos of Lee with the rifle in his hand?
Would you please pardon me my ignorance, but all the rifles look alike to me. Well, unless it's the very small size and the large size. I'm not expert in the rifles or guns.
Did it look the same?
Well, unless they painted black and white, I would not really know the difference. Brown, lighter color or darker color, something, but...
You didn't see anything about that rifle that stuck in your mind, rather, that you might have recalled the rifle with having some identification that you would have known?
No, I don't.
Who brought it to your attention that you had destroyed some of the photos of Lee taken with the rifle and the handgun? And how were they aware that you had destroyed some of the pictures?
Would you please repeat the beginning of your question?
Yes. Who brought it to your attention that you had destroyed some of the photos of Lee taken with the rifle and the handgun? And how were they aware that you had destroyed some of the pictures?
I don't remember who pointed out to me.
I didn't hear you. Did you?
I do not remember who pointed this out to me.
You don't recall who?
No, I don't.
Mrs. Porter, you've told so many different versions of this period for various reasons. To protect Lee, to protect yourself, to keep from being sent back to the USSR, because of fear or strong emotions. I want to ask now, are you sure that at this point you're really clear on these facts? Have your many stories confused you as well as the American people?
The question is so long, it's not easy to answer it.
Well, let me just ask it to you in parts then. Now, you've told many different versions of this period for various reasons. I don't know, are you telling us this to protect Lee, to protect yourself, to keep from being sent back to the USSR? You mentioned all of this on yesterday. Because of fear or strong emotions? Or are you sure that you're not confused yourself, or you might not know the truth at this point? What are you telling us? At what point are we to believe what you're saying before this committee?
Well, may I consult with my attorney, please?
Yes.
Marina Oswald, Marina Oswald is consulting with her attorney, Jim Hamilton. This, of course, is the crux of the issue. Since Marina Oswald Porter has told so many versions of her story, which one are we to believe, or are we to believe any of them?
Well, if you're asking me if I do know anything more than I already said, that's what the question was. Anyway, I'm telling absolutely the truth. I do not know anything more. Of course, it's very confusing when you read so many things in the newspapers. And I'm just as anxious to find the answers as everybody else will do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Witness, I'm curious, why have you not obtained citizenship or applied for it by now?
Well, because I'm quite lazy about to do so. I would love to become American citizen. I will be honored to become American citizen. But with the household duties, and you do have to take time to study certain literature and really be prepared to be accepted, to pass exams and things like that. Another thing, I'm afraid of maybe I will be refused, and I don't want to take the defeat.
Now, as I understood your testimony, you never heard of Jack Ruby before this assassination and subsequent events.
That's correct, sir.
Did Oswald ever mention anything about carousel?
I was quite surprised when they started talking about Jack Ruby and asking questions about if he ever went to the bar. Of course, I wasn't present there, so I would not know. But Lee wasn't drinking. I mean, he did not drink. So I don't see any reason for him to go to a bar or places like it.
But you never heard Lee mention the carousel?
No.
I assume. And did he ever mention any friends that he might have had or acquaintances in the Dallas Police Department?
No.
Never mentioned that he had any acquaintance there. Referring now to the writing on the reverse side of the picture that's up there on the board, what does that top two lines say in Russian? Can you tell me?
Do you want me to translate it to English?
Yes.
A hunter for the fascists.
Hunter for the fascists?
That's it? Ha ha ha,
Yeah, but the writing above the ha 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 is hunter for the fascists, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the writing down in the lower right to my friend George from Lee Oswald. Did I understand whether or not you could identify that as Lee's writing?
I cannot identify this as a Lee writing. I cannot. I do not remember what Lee's handwriting looks like in English. I do not have anything in my hand to compare.
So that when you say you can't, it's merely that you don't know whether it is or not. You don't have an opinion that it's not his handwriting.
That's true. It's for experts to compare.
And the way the date is written there, 5 and then a slant and then Roman numeral 4 and then slant and 63. Do I understand that would be a way in writing it in Russian of 5 April 1963 in effect? Is that?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Because they use a Roman numeral for the month.
Some do, yes.
And usually they have the month follow the date like they do in the Navy or other places.
I guess so.
I presume that George is de Morishov. Am I correct on that?
Yes, sir.
Because down where it says copyright, then in the same handwriting as the copyright's written, it has G and then D-I and then M, which I presume are George de Morishov's initials.
Yeah, I presume that is.
Do you know whose writing it is in Russian up at the top where it says 100 for fascists, ha ha ha?
Well, some letters I would, it would look like I would write, but some not. So I'm confused about that inscription on the back.
Do you know whether you don't know whether that's your writing or not, or do you know it's not? I'm not clear on it.
Well, like if I look at first, I think, yes, it's my handwriting until I start to analyze it, and it's not. Those letters, ha, 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 the letter ha, that's not my way of writing this certain letter.
Time of gentleman has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gentleman from District of Columbia, Mr. Fontroy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Porter, would you refresh me on why you moved to Minsk?
Why did I move to Minsk? I did not have a very good relationship with my stepfather, and it was lots of static in the air and friction between two of us. So I felt like I was in his way, and I had no another place to go except where my aunt and uncle lived. So I took a chance to go over there and find a job during the summer.
And you lived with your aunt and uncle?
Yes.
And your uncle never talked to you about his work?
No.
At all?
No.
Did you know where he worked?
At the building?
No. Did you know for what agency he worked?
No.
He never talked about his work?
No.
To you?
It wasn't customary for people who work for MVD to discuss their job at work, at home.
I see.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, sir. Did I understand you right? You said, did I know if my uncle was working for MVD? That was your question?
Yes.
Yes, I did know that he was working for MVD.
So your testimony is that you knew that he was working for MVD,
but I did not know what he did.
But he never discussed that with you in any way?
Or with his wife either.
All right. Was it customary in your experience as a teenager that people met and married within 6 weeks?
I don't think so. Some do and some don't.
Some do and some don't. Would you say that your relationship with Lee Oswald was one of love at first sight?
No, I liked him, but I did not fall in love right away.
It does strike at least this member as strange that you could meet and get married in 6 weeks.
Well, he was appealing to me. I did not marry him because he was American who will bring me back, who will take me to the United States. In fact, if I knew that he will come back, I would not marry him.
So that it was not a motivation of your wanting to come to the United States that may have been in the...
No.
That is not the explanation for the 6 weeks?
No, it's not because of my hatred to the United States.
Yes. Nor is it that you were head over heels in love with him?
Pardon me?
Nor was it that you were head over heels in love with him?
Well...
I guess that's a difficult question to answer. You simply stated it wasn't...
It wasn't for the reason of to come here.
All right. I just have one other question, and that relates to the question of whether or not, or whether Mr. Oswald's attitude toward the FBI. You do recall that to the Warren Commission you indicated that he became involved with the Fair Play for Cuba committee in New Orleans after he had lost his job.
I guess that's correct.
And then to the FBI, you indicated that he had lost his job because of his work with the Fair Play for Cuba committee.
Well, that was that is correct.
And yesterday you said that Lee blamed the FBI for the loss of his job.
Every time he lost job, he told me that the reasons for that were probably because FBI harassed him. So I got the impressions that the FBI are not treating him, fair.
Time is gentlemen.
May I ask you now to consent for one additional minute, Mr. Chairman?
Without objection, gentlemen recognized.
And I understand yesterday that you also said that you admitted you were lying to the Warren Commission?
No, I didn't.
Which was it?
I wasn't lying. I wasn't delivering maybe correct or right away on the spot information to FBI. I think that's what was said yesterday.
So,
my testimony to FBI and Warren Commission sometimes were contradictory.
all right. Now tell me what your recollection now of the truth is.
In what regard? I mean, everything I'm telling is the truth.
Did Mr. Oswald begin his work with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee after losing his job, or did he lose his job, in your view, because of the work with the Fair Play for Cuba Committee and as a result of FBI intervention?
Well, when I was married to Lee, and because only most of the information or whatever I got from him, then I blame FBI for him losing the job. But analyzing later on him as a person, that wasn't the reason for him losing the job. So in my mind right now, he did not lose the job because of the FBI.
Thank you. Again start. Gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Fithian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, I want to return to the inscription on the back of the photograph briefly. Before I do that, let me ask you, how much education have you had? How many years of schooling?
I finished school and I attend pharmacy school afterwards for 4 years. And I have a diploma, to be a pharmacist.
I've only had a little bit of study of the Russian language, but even a very cursory, very brief glance at the back of that photograph would indicate that not even a grade school student of Russian writing would have written that. Now, I could go through several reasons why I cannot believe you would ever have written it unless you were intentionally trying to mislead someone. Just a couple of very quick things. The differences between the Russian T or T in the Ochotnik as compared to the Fascistami are clearly either written by someone who doesn't know Russian, or the two words are written by different people. Because in that sequence of an internal T, you would simply not make the English M with the crossbar over it in one case and turn around and use the English T in Fascistami. Now I could go on. The 3 A's in ha 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 do not match. The E in Ochotnik is printed in a very awkward and broken fashion. The F in the Fascistami is written in a very unusual manner with the loops on the F at the top of the cross staff and so on. Can't you testify to this committee that you did not indeed write that on that photograph?
As I told you, I'm just very puzzled, and I'm just as curious as you are.
We will get later today to discussing the handwriting of it. I am simply asking you, cannot you at this point specifically testify to this committee that that is not your writing?
Yesterday I was thinking, after I left this room, I was thinking exactly the same thing as you did, or that had been written by a very old person, because sometimes people with the age, they don't have such a good grip, or a child.
Anyone trained in Russian schools after 1930 or 35 would not have been trained with the bar over the M to make the Russian T. And there are just a number of other items of calligraphy and handwriting, and I'm not a handwriting expert, but all I'm saying is you can testify to this committee.
I cannot claim this is my handwriting, but I told yesterday, this is my way of writing T. I put the start, whatever you call it, line on top of T. This is my habit of writing T.
You do use the equivalent of the English M with a bar across it?
Well, I use both.
As in the word ahotnik?
It's the word of ahotnik that if I have time, I write T that way. If I'm in a hurry writing a letter, another T with the word fascist.
That's the way you write. That's the way you write.
In a hurry, I will write T too, yes.
Well, finally,
but I cannot claim the whole world was written, the whole word or the whole sentence was written by me.
All right, let me ask you this. Is it possible that the word ahotnik was on the photograph, written by someone else, and then you added the za fascistami?
No.
You did not do that?
No. I do not remember ever writing anything on the photograph.
All right, and then looking at the words, isn't it your best judgment that you indeed did not write any of those words?
I don't recall writing anything.
No, I'm not asking what you recall. I'm asking you to look at it, and you know your handwriting over some years, and can't you simply flat out testify to this committee that you did not, that is not your handwriting?
Well, I told you yesterday, my handwriting is not very consistent. You know, like if I start the letter, I do not finish it with the more or less same handwriting, but as I said, I'm not an expert. I'm very confused about this picture. I do not remember writing anything on it. If I start studying the handwriting and claim it as my own, I can't.
You would not. I ask unanimous consent to proceed for
Excuse me, can I talk with my lawyer?
Gentlemen, recognized for additional 3 minutes.
Marina Porter is consulting with her attorney for a moment. Once again, we're talking about the back of one of the photographs of Lee Harvey Oswald with 2 guns, in which the words in Russian are written, "Hunter for fascists, ha ha ha." And when Mrs. Porter first saw the writing, she appeared extremely nervous and then said later yesterday she didn't believe she wrote it. She did not believe that she wrote it.
I probably have. We discussed that, yes.
And you told her it was your best guess your best judgment that was not your writing?
I can't say that doesn't look like my handwriting. Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking you what you told Mrs. McMillan.
Well, we're working the book. Do you mean when we're working the book? It was so long ago, I don't remember what we were talking about. And this picture didn't come. I never seen this.
Well, let's turn to the pictures, and the negatives which went along with them. You told the committee yesterday that you burned some of the evidence, some pictures, etc., after the assassination of President Kennedy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember burning any negatives, that is, the film from which the picture is made?
No.
All you remember is burning pictures themselves?
I vaguely remember destroying the pictures. Or picture.
What other evidence or material did you destroy in your haste to try to get rid of evidence?
As far as I know, only that. This picture.
In Lee's practice of writing a kind of a diary, did he keep letters from other people as a part of that sort of keeping a track or keeping a record of things?
I don't know, sir.
What?
I do not know.
Did you ever see any letters in his writing and material from others?
I don't have a habit to go through, somebody's belongings. So I don't remember ever seeing letters unless they were addressed to me, and if we received some letters, some family let me to read them or told me what it's all about.
Was it his custom when he wrote a letter to a person to make a copy for himself?
I don't know, sir.
Time is on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Devine.
Mrs. Porter, how did you happen to land in Mrs. Payne's residence, who found that place to live? Was it you or was it Lee?
I forgot how I was introduced to Mrs. Payne and how we met, but she was a very kind and generous person. She did study Russian in Berlitz School, and in order not to offend me by just inviting to live as a charity at her house, she asked if I can help her with her Russian studies.
Well,
And that was my payment for...
who knew her? Who met her originally?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Who made the initial contact with her to live in her home?
I don't remember.
I don't know. Was she aware that Lee had ammunition and guns among your personal property there?
I wouldn't know. I did not tell her.
I believe you said that he kept the gun in a blanket in the garage. Is that correct?
He kept the rifle in the garage, yes.
So she wouldn't necessarily know that.
I don't think so.
Following the assassination of the president, this committee has received evidence that your then husband left the book depository, walked several blocks, caught a bus. The bus became involved in traffic. He left the bus, hired a taxi cab, which took him back to the neighborhood. Did you see Lee after seeing the announcement on television that the president had been assassinated?
Did I see him?
Yes.
No. I saw him the next time in jail.
He did not come to the residence as far as you know?
Sir Irvin is quite far away from Dallas.
I didn't understand.
I was at Ruth's Payne house, and that's suburb of Dallas. Unless somebody drove him there, he could not come.
You don't know whether he had the handgun then when he left that morning or not?
I don't know. I didn't see him leaving.
The evidence further shows that after he was in the neighborhood of the Payne residence, he then, on foot, went several blocks away, at which time he was confronted by Officer Tippett.
I believe you're a little bit confused about Payne residence, sir.
Right. But then you would reaffirm the fact that you did not see Lee from the time he left early that morning to go to work until you then saw him in jail.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I yield back the balance, Mr. Chairman.
Time of gentleman has expired. Gentleman from Indiana, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, just to follow up on that question, we had an opportunity to go to Dallas and look at the neighborhood where Lee Oswald had his apartment. You had indicated that he came the night before to your residence with Mrs. Payne. How did he get there?
I forgot this man that he worked with at the school book depository. He was a neighbor, and he usually gave Lee a lift. He dropped him off.
Okay. I'm interested in trying to develop a personal picture of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you've given us some clues. You have indicated that he did not drink. You had indicated that he sat for long periods of time looking and playing and using his rifle. What is a description of him as a person? This individual you met and within 6 weeks married must have made some impression on you in terms of his personality. Can you describe for the committee what Lee Harvey Oswald was like as a person?
I'm afraid I cannot describe a person just in one statement or one small phrase.
What did he look like?
You mean physically?
Physically.
He wasn't a very tall man. Oh, he was a little bit taller than me. I mean, whatever. He was neat in appearance. He had good manners.
Was he strong?
In Russia. Pardon me?
Was he strong?
Well, he was stronger than me, but he wasn't a hayman.
What was his attitude towards himself?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you this question. Did you get the sense from him that he wanted to feel like a man, that is, to be very strong and very powerful?
Not physically powerful. I don't think that was...
Mentally powerful?
I think he wanted to be somebody, I guess. he wanted to be recognized by people or maybe have a better job that he think that he was entitled to.
So he had the sense of himself that he was more important, or he wanted to be more important than people were recognizing him to be.
That's correct.
And how did he treat you? Was he gentle to you as an individual?
Well, when we were in Russia, he was quite gentle and nice and thoughtful. But when we came to the United States, his personality was changing, and he was cruel many times.
He was cruel. You indicated that he was cruel in the activity around General Walker, and you indicated some other illustrations of his cruelty. Can you recollect any time in which he was cruel to you? Did he beat you physically?
That's not a very pleasant thing to talk about, but the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. He physically hit you at some point. Did you ever require any medical treatment because of his cruelty?
No, I did not.
You indicated that you knew that he had the rifle, and you knew about the attack on General Walker. You knew about the suggested or attempted attack on Mr. Nixon. To your best recollection, were there any other incidences that you can recall where he fired the rifle, either at someone or in your presence?
That's only facts that I know.
Can you recall whether he committed any crimes that have so far not been brought out in your testimony?
I don't know any of those.
Did he have any other rifles or any other weapons other than the rifle and the pistol?
Not to my knowledge, that's all I know of.
Let me ask you this question. This is a little bit off the course of those questions, but it's one that's intrigued me. Lee Harvey Oswald met you in Russia. You spent a little over a year together as married, and then you came to the United States. He had a job, and he was bringing home a paycheck. You were living fairly well off, at least for Russian standards at the time. How did you physically pay for your trip from Russia to the United States? Where did that money come from?
As far as I know, Lee told me he borrowed from the American Embassy.
May I have 2 additional minutes, Mr. Chairman?
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized an additional 2 minutes.
Thank you. To the best of your recollection, he borrowed the money from the U.S. Embassy?
That's what he told me.
Did he, at any time, to your knowledge, physically go to the U.S. Embassy?
Yes, sir.
To pick the money up?
I answered the question, so did he physically go to the embassy? I said yes, but then you said to pick the money. I do not remember how and when he got the money.
When you arrived in the United States, did Lee seem to have some money to hold you over until he got a job?
I do not remember how much money he had left. I do not recall if he had any left or not.
How did you pay for your food?
We lived with his brother for a while.
How did you pay for just your general expenses?
I never handled the money when I was married to Lee. He was the one.
He handled all of the money?
Yes.
How long after your return to the United States did he get a job?
I don't remember.
2 weeks, 3 weeks?
That sounds right.
So there's a 2 or 3 week period where he was looking for a job and not working?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield back my time, and I'll come back to questions later.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mrs. Porter, this morning in response to a question from Mr. Dodd relative to your opinion as to whether or not Lee Harvey Oswald killed the president, you said your opinion was yes. Now, this is not the first time you have expressed that opinion, is it?
That's correct.
Well, let me see if I can refresh your recollection to this extent. Do you recall during the Warren Commission hearings, the late Congressman Boggs saying this to you? Let's get an answer. I think this answer is quite important. Mrs. Oswald, on the basis of all the available facts, I have no doubt in my mind that Lee Oswald killed President Kennedy. At the same time, I feel in my own mind, as far as I am concerned, I feel that my husband, perhaps intended to kill Governor Connally instead of President Kennedy. You recall that question being asked by the late Congressman Boggs, and your answer being, as I read it?
I do not recall. I never, went back and read my testimony, but if it's printed, that's...
You do not deny...
Since you refresh my memory, that's possible. I mean, I'm for sure I said that.
Okay. So that I understand you. My having read this to you, does this now then refresh your recollection of what you said on that occasion?
Because I do not remember Senator so-and-so that you mentioned it. It was so many people around, so many faces, I did not remember, person as it is.
I can understand you perhaps do not remember that particular congressman. But what I'm saying to you is, with my having read this to you now, does this refresh your recollection of what was asked of you and what you said on that occasion?
Well, I really do not remember what I said.
WFCR.
If under oath to the Warren Commission I give that testimony, that is my testimony.
Okay, then you do not deny that that was your testimony?
No.
Now again, you know Priscilla Johnson McMillan, don't you?
Yes, sir.
That's the lady who wrote the book, Marina and Lee?
Yes.
And you talked with her with reference to what she was writing about the book, didn't you?
Sure.
Do you recall you've read that book?
Yes. Not recently, but a year ago.
Beg pardon?
A year ago, yes.
A year ago, right. Let me read this passage to you from the book. I'm reading at page 436. Marina was now certain that Lee was guilty. She saw his guilt in his eyes. Moreover, she knew that had he been innocent, he would have been screaming to high heaven for his rights, claiming he had been mistreated and demanding to see officials at the very highest levels, just as he had always done before. For her, the fact that he was so compliant, that he told her he was being treated all right, was a sign that he was guilty. Did you tell Ms. Johnson that?
Yes.
Now, in addition to it, you told Ms. Johnson, did you not, about the police coming and taking away many possessions. And one of the possessions that they left was a small demitasse cup. And when you looked and discovered the fact that they had not taken the cup, you also found in there Lee's wedding ring. Did you tell her about that?
Well, I do not. I remember the demitasse, but it's missed. I don't know where it is. So are you asking me, did I find Lee's ring?
Yes, did you find his ring?
Yes, sir.
And then, did you tell Miss Johnson this? Quote, "Oh no," she thought, and her heart sank again. Lee never took his ring off, not even on his grimiest manual jobs. She had seen him wearing it the night before. Marina suddenly realized what it meant. Lee had not just gone out and shot the president spontaneously. He had intended to do it when he left for work that day. Again, things were falling into place. Marina told no one about Lee's ring. Did you tell Miss Johnson that?
Yes.
Okay. As my time has expired, the chair would request unanimous consent to proceed for 3 additional minutes without objection. Now, did you tell...
Excuse me.
That's democracy. Ms. Porter, it has always been important for the American people to ascribe some motive to this killing. And I noticed further that in the same book, Ms. Johnson writes this, and I'm reading it for page 434 of the book. In his eyes, his political ideas stood higher even than himself. He would talk about Marxism, communism, and injustice all over the world. Did you tell Ms. Johnson that?
That was Mrs. Johnson's conclusion about studying Lee as a person. Her findings weren't based only on what I told her. She did great research and met with lots of people who knew Lee. That was her conclusion, and I agree with her.
Well, did you tell her that he talked about Marxism to you and about communism to you and about injustice all over the world to you?
Yes, probably. Excuse me.
Did he talk about that too?
Well, when you live with a person, a few years, and then you have to put bits and pieces of phrases that have been told, and
so then what you think?
When Priscilla worked, we'll have to go and think about what conversations we'll have, not to make them up, but to relive them again. That's correct statement that you made.
So that we understand you. He did express himself to you on these kinds of subjects, did he not?
Well, it's not maybe directly to me, or maybe he discussed with somebody else and I overhear the conversation.
And when you overheard the conversations, these were conversations you understood what he was saying?
Yes.
And did he have strong views?
Well, I cannot recall right now the content of conversation. The book had been, started a long time ago. My memory was much fresher then.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to this, well, the picture's gone now, but with the writing on the reverse side. They don't in Russia use exclamation marks, do they?
Yes.
Would they use 3 exclamation marks after something?
Any number you like.
Pardon?
Any number that you like, yes. 1 or 3, yes.
Do you know whether or not that writing in Russian on the top that says "Hunter for Fascists, ha ha ha," would have been Lee's writing?
I do not know, sir.
You don't think so?
I do not know who's writing that is.
You do not know, is that right?
No.
Did you ever see any writing by Mr. de Morschel?
Not that I recall.
I remember you testifying yesterday that you were startled, as I think were your words, or shocked, to find that de Morschel knew about Lee's having shot at General Walker. Recall that?
Yes.
And you were startled because you knew you hadn't told him about it.
Yes.
And I noticed that the date on the transmittal of this picture to George de Morschel is April 5th, 1963, whereas Walker was shot at on April 23rd, 1963. So presumably, de Morschel not only knew about the fact that Lee had shot at Walker, but had received this picture from Lee before that date. before the date of that shooting, is that right?
So what would you like me to, so what's the purpose of the question? I mean, I did not send this
Well,
picture
just
to
as I
Jacob.
look at this, and I don't purport to be any kind of a handwriting expert, but the writing at the bottom, the copyright GDM, bears some considerable significance or similarity to some of the letters of the title written up there in Russian. Did the Morschild speak and write Russian?
Yes, I think it is.
Fluently?
Yes.
And as I recall it, you said that Lee referred to General Walker as a fascist. Is this correct?
Yes.
But you don't, you're not familiar with the handwriting of the Morschild yourself?
No.
But you don't think this is your handwriting in any event?
I don't think so, sir.
And as to whether it would be Lee's or not, you just don't know. Is this right?
No, I mean, if anybody have my handwriting of some, I know, in Russian somewhere, they're welcome to compare.
When de Morschild let you understand that, or from whatever he said, let you understand he'd known about the shooting by Oswald at Walker, what precisely did he say then?
I do not recall the incident, very clearly, but I think that I was kind of surprised that he made a remark like that, and I assumed that Lee told him, and I look at him, and then Lee looked at me that was thinking that I told him about. Maybe it was just his joking guess or something. Maybe he knew Lee quite well or better than...
Was there any... Did you ask Lee about how he knew about it?
If I did not recall right now, remember.
Was there anything in what de Morschild said that may have given the impression he may have participated in that shooting?
It's never crossed my mind, sir.
It never occurred to you. Did Lee ever say anything about de Morschild having participated in it with him?
No.
When he told you about it, did he tell you he did it alone?
As far as the Walker incident goes?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Is your answer yes?
Yes.
And he never at any time mentioned that de Morschild may have participated or aided or abetted in any way?
No.
Now, when you saw on television that the president had been shot, or were told that that's what was on television, you stated that the blood rushed to your face and that you were very upset momentarily. You recall that?
Yes.
Did you then proceed immediately to go out and check in the garage to see if the rifle was gone?
I went outside in the backyard, but to clothesline because I don't want Ruth to see, my face. And then I went in the garage, I think. What I remember right now. And I did not check. I just looked and the blanket was there.
But didn't you check to see if the rifle was there?
No. And when police came and asked if my husband had the rifle, I said yes. And he said, where is it? I said, it's in the garage. And when they opened the blanket, it was empty.
Well, wouldn't the first thing that you do logically, if the thought crossed your mind sufficient to upset you enough so you went outside that he may have done it, was to check to see if that rifle was there or not?
Well, maybe it's a logical thing to do, but I did not check it inside. If I went and checked, the blanket was folded, as kind of long, like something was in it.
But you did check to see if the blanket was there, and then you thought the rifle.
I did not check inside.
You didn't check inside the blanket?
No.
Let me just, Mr. Chairman, I want to just make one correction, and that is that when I said General Walker was shot at on April 23rd, I misstated. It was April the 10th, which still is 5 days after that. Thank you.
Time of gentleman has expired. Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to make one more effort in this area of the motive that Lee Harvey Oswald might have had in the assassination. I think the American public has found it easier to understand how it happened than they have to understand why it happened. I understand your answer yesterday to my question about what was his motive, to in effect say that motivation is complex and you are reluctant to say any one thing caused him to do this. But I would like to ask your help, not in saying any one thing caused him to do it, but whether you think one or more factors that I will mention to you might have had a bearing on him. The broadest question, I think, in the American public's mind is, was it a politically motivated act, or was it an intensely personal act that came out of some twisted personal psyche? On the political motivation side, we have seen the photographs of Oswald holding a rifle in one hand, the Socialist Workers' Party paper in the other, in a defiant pose. We also know about his efforts to shoot General Walker. Those two things, when you put them together, raise the question of whether his motive could have been to make himself a hero of the American left, a hero of the left-wing political movement in this country. Do you, in your personal opinion, feel that that was a part of the motivation that made him assassinate the president?
Well, it's a quite difficult question to answer. I really don't know what to say about the motive. If you want my personal opinion about what I think, was it mental or political? I have to choose just the mental state of the person.
So that you would discount the political motivation as part of his motive. On the personal side of it, we do know the puzzling fact that he appeared to like President Kennedy. And therefore, there would not seem to be any political motivation in killing the president, but that it could have been that he simply wanted to make himself important by killing someone important. That he simply wanted to kill the man at the top, no matter what the man at the top's political views were, whether right wing or left wing. Do you feel that this latter motivation was the most important part of his motivation? That is, some sort of personal desire to be self-important by killing someone important?
Well, the whole matter is so irrational. It's very hard for us to even to come up with any rational answers. But I would buy your statement that you made, the last one, about as long as somebody important, it probably doesn't matter what their political views are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
But this is just my opinion. I could be wrong. I would not know what person thought about.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman from District of Columbia, Mr. Fontroy.
I have no questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Dodd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, just a couple of questions. In your response to a question from Congressman Edgar about the kind of treatment that Lee Oswald gave you, you described it as brutal treatment. Later in your testimony yesterday, when asked about the FBI and their treatment of you, you described their treatment of you as well as brutal. Those are the words you used. I'm wondering if it
you'd like to clarify what you mean by that. You described today brutal treatment as being hit by Lee Oswald. Am I to understand that in your use of the word brutal and your description of how you were treated by the FBI, that you are suggesting that you were also physically abused by the FBI?
I do apologize for my very poor vocabulary in English language, and maybe I did misuse the word in respect. Well, brutal in case of Lee, it was a physical abuse. I do not know another better word to describe it. When somebody treats you harshly and hurt you emotionally or very
Well, how would you describe it?
Well, I don't know. Anyway, FBI did not hit me physically.
It was more the tone of the questioning and so forth?
Yes.
I realize it's been a long time. It's been 15 years, and I think anyone would understand that having total recall of every event or circumstance is a difficult thing for anyone to do. But there were several times yesterday in your testimony where, when confronted with what I thought, and I limit this to myself, where I thought that your recollection maybe should be better, your response to a couple of questions was that you did not recall. And I'd like to raise those couple of questions again and ask you whether or not you can't do a bit better on your recollection for us, okay?
I'm just trying my best.
I understand, and I appreciate it. You destroyed, according to your testimony, some photos that we're talking about of Lee Oswald that you felt were incriminating to him. And in a question to you yesterday, you said that you didn't recall whether anyone had told you to destroy them or whether anyone was with you when you destroyed them. I'd like to ask you again, Mrs. Porter. It's a very important question. Whether or not anyone suggested to you, advised you, assisted you in any way in the destruction of those photographs after the assassination of the president. Can you clarify your statement regarding that point?
I do believe that all this happened very shortly after assassination. And many times I still was for a long time in a state of shock. And lots of, even days in my memory are they're completely blacked out. And it's not that I don't want to contribute to your questions, by answering them.
But you do remember destroying them?
I do remember destroying it as a fact.
Do you remember how you destroyed
it? But I think somebody reminded me that I burned it. That ring the bell, but...
how did you destroy them?
I don't remember where I was, who was around, absolutely nothing.
In your memory, can you see yourself destroying them?
I see only... no, I don't.
So you don't know how you destroyed them?
No.
And you have absolutely no recollection?
Not today, I don't. I'm not refusing to answer it, but I don't want to paint a picture that it wasn't existing.
Is your recollection that you destroyed these photographs before or after the FBI came to visit you?
I don't remember. I had...
Do you remember the FBI visiting you?
Yes. But it was so many visits, it wasn't just the one. So they were there every day. First FBI visit, I don't remember.
You don't remember whether you destroyed them before the FBI visit or after the FBI visit?
I don't remember. It was lots of officials with Secret Service and police and FBI all the time around.
All I'm talking about now is the very first interview.
I don't remember.
You don't remember whether
I don't remember who interviewed me the first time. Besides the police.
Let me go on one other point. You said that you recall that at least on one occasion prior to the assassination, FBI agent James Hsca came to your home and questioned you.
Yes.
All right? And that you also recall that your husband, Lee Oswald, was extremely upset about this visit of Hsca's. You remember that as well, don't you?
Yes, I do.
But then all of a sudden you go blank on me. You don't remember whether or not Agent Hsca ever called on you again after the assassination, or whether or not he was one of the agents who questioned you after the assassination. Can you help us out at all in your recollection of that area?
Yes, my state of mind before assassination wasn't just as in a state of hazard as afterwards. I do not remember Mr. Hsca's face at all. but I remember a visit of his before assassination, and I think he came twice because after the first visit, Lee was upset and he told me if this man come by again to take number of his lessons, his car's lessons, and that's what I did. So instead of, answering that he had been there once, logically it's twice before assassination, but I do not remember this man afterwards at all.
You have no recollection of him coming by your house again?
No.
Could I just have one additional minute, Mr. Chairman?
Without objection, gentleman's recognized.
I'd like to go back again, if I could, Mrs. Porter, to your response to my questions about the stay in Rotterdam on your way from Russia. You stated today that you believed it was some sort of a boarding house.
Yeah.
And if my memory serves me well, earlier statements with regard to the same incident, you had indicated that you stayed in the apartment, a private apartment in Rotterdam.
That's what I call boarding house in mine. So is it different? It looked like it was like somebody's house.
It was someone's private dwelling. You didn't pay to stay there.
Well, Lee did. I don't think it was for free. It wasn't the friend's house. It was somebody who... Well, way I remember right now what Lee told me, that it was somebody, private person, rent the room inexpensively, to...
So you actually, it's a place where you rent a room then?
I think so, yes. It looks like a private house, and you pay for the room because the lady of the house prepared the meal.
And it was your understanding that there were prior arrangements made for you to stay in this place?
I think so, but by whom I do not know.
And you don't have any recollection of the people at all?
No.
Let me go back once more, just to the crossing of the border. Is it your statement that your husband, Lee Oswald, was with you when you crossed the border?
You mean from where? From Russia to... Lots of borders were crossed between a few countries like Germany and Poland.
Let me make sure I have it correct. I think there was a crossing at Brest, another one at Hsca?
No, it's at Brest. It's the last town between Poland and Russia.
And he was with you at both occasions?
Yes, sir.
There's no question in your mind about that?
Yes, sir. I mean, he was with me all the time.
Thanks, Mr. Porter. I have no further questions. Thank you,
The gentleman has expired. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Devine.
Mrs. Porter, taking you clear back to the time that you originally met Lee, this was in Russia, and you said you did not know he was from America or from the United States until someone later told you. Is that accurate?
Yes, during the few dances with him, he spoke with accent, but I did not know he was from America.
But his Russian was sufficiently fluent that you didn't think he was necessarily a foreigner to the Soviet Union?
He spoke with accent, yes, but lots of people in Russia do speak with accent and don't speak Russian very well, if they're different nationality than Russians.
But his Russian was pretty good at that time, was it?
Just very good, yes.
I see. A moment ago when I was questioning you, I recited the route of Lee after the time that he left the book depository, and I misstated his destination as taxi cab. As I understand it, the evidence indicates that he hired the taxi cab and returned to the area of his rooming house rather than Mrs. Payne's residence, whereupon he apparently acquired the handgun and confronted Officer Tippett. After having fired the shots, he ran across a lawn, discharged the cartridge cases, and then ultimately disappeared in the theater where he was finally apprehended. But you would again assert for the record that you did not see Lee from the time he left you on the morning of the assassination, ostensibly to go to work, until you later saw him after the assassination in the jail.
That's correct, sir.
And you have no recollection of his having called you on the telephone from the jail after the time you visited him?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, why did you feel such strong loyalty to Lee to protect him, even to the point of giving misleading testimony? when during the great majority of your marriage to him, he was at times brutal and violent to you?
Ask me why?
I'm asking, why did you feel such strong loyalty to Lee to give misleading testimony at different times?
Well, I did not have anybody in this country but Lee.
Did not what?
I did not have anybody in this country but my husband. Well, I do not know why I have this sense of loyalty or whatever. It's just me.
Is that why at given times that you misled, gave misleading testimony to different ones because of no one in this country but Lee? Was that the reason?
It's not only that reason. It's the lots of reasons together. You don't know why you make decisions. Maybe it's my age, maybe loyalty to Lee, maybe fear, but it's all complex feelings, and that's the decision I had to make. I don't mean that was the right decision always, but sometimes you do make wrong decisions.
You know, considering his actions and personality, did you ever think that Lee might be mentally unstable or ill?
Well, I was only 21 when he died. I wasn't mature enough to recognize the symptoms, but I don't think anybody in the right mind can commit crimes like that.
Did you ever seek out help?
Right now, I do assume that person was ill.
Did you ever seek any help for Lee?
Pardon me?
Did you ever seek out any help for him?
Well, at the time, I wasn't mature enough to make to recognize the symptoms, so I wasn't aware of it.
You recognized it, but you were not aware of it.
No, I did not recognize the state of his mind then. It never occurred to me then that Lee was sick. I did not come to that conclusion then in my life.
But his actions and his personality was sort of strange.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, no further questions.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Fitz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Porter, when you destroyed the photographs, did it not occur to you that there would be negatives around somewhere and that you ought to look for those and destroy them too?
No, it did not occur to me.
And has it occurred to you since as to what happened to the negatives? Since clearly we've had three different pictures, there would have to be three different negatives somewhere. The Warren Commission reports say only one, but we'll deal with that at another time. But do you know what happened to any of the negatives?
I assume that the government has them.
I'm sorry?
When they confiscate Lee's belongings, I assume that they got the negatives from there.
You did not burn the negatives?
I don't recall doing that.
Let me turn quickly to another set of questions. Did Lee have any Cuban friends in New Orleans?
Not that I know of.
Did he ever mention any Cubans that he might have had contact with?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about his political activities?
Oh, excuse me, may I correct myself? When he was arrested for this fair play for Cuba, he did mention that he met some Cubans on the street, so that's the one who gave him the pamphlets. But I do not, it wasn't no specific names mentioned.
So he did talk to you about passing out pamphlets?
Yes, he told me about that.
And did he talk to you about speaking about Cuba on the radio? That would be a little unusual that a person would speak on the radio.
Yes, he told me.
He mentioned that to you?
Yes.
And did he mention the formation of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee?
Yes, till I discovered that he was only one who...
And did he mention lecturing on Cuba and communism to a group of Jesuit priests?
Yes.
Did he ever mention the CIA
No,
At any time?
not that I recall.
Now, turning to the time that you lived in the Dallas area, did he have any Cuban or Spanish-speaking contacts in Dallas?
I don't think so. I don't know any of them.
Do you recall any of Lee's friends in Dallas or in New Orleans ever referring to him as Leon rather than Lee?
No.
The other area I want to get some additional information on is the circumstances under which you met George de Mohrenschildt. Mr. de Mohrenschildt is an aristocratic, very wealthy individual, educated and smooth and the rest, rather from a different walk of life than Lee. Can you give us any indication as to how the two gravitated together, how they are so very, very different?
No, because Lee was exposed to lots of Russian people, because of me being Russian background. That's the friends we had. And apparently from all of them, he liked George de Mohrenschildt the best.
I'm sorry?
Apparently from all of them, Lee liked George de Mohrenschildt the best.
The best. Can you tell me your own recollection of the first time you met Mr. de Mohrenschildt?
I don't remember how we have been introduced and by whom and where.
So you don't
think
remember?
It was kind of, the way I remember right now, I think it was at somebody's luncheon and it was lots of people present and they were one of them.
Did you grow to know George de Mohrenschildt well? Of all of Lee's friends, did you know him better than the rest?
Well, I like him very well. I cannot describe main character maybe very completely. But well enough to like him very much.
Were there many, many contacts between Mr. de Mohrenschildt and Lee and you? Many times
Well,
together?
they visit us occasionally and he stopped by just to say hello for a few minutes and then if he's in the area.
By happenstance, did he ever stop by when Lee was not there?
By our house, he did stop once, yes.
I have just one additional minute, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, gentleman's recognized.
Do you recall Mr. de Mohrenschildt taking you anywhere apart from the time that he would have taken you and Lee together somewhere?
I don't remember that. When I said that he came by once by himself, it was somebody else with him, some gentleman, and he said he had been in the area and he wanted me to meet so-and-so. It was some businessman or business associate of his, but I don't know who it was. I do not recall the gentleman's name or the face. And we talked for 5 minutes. He didn't even stay for coffee and he left, and that was it.
Do you remember him taking you to visit the Brutons, Admiral Bruton and his family?
No, I read it somewhere about that, but I don't recall the incident at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Porter, let me draw your attention to the pictures one last time, and you'll see that there are 3 separate pictures up there. Did you take those pictures?
Yes, I did. I don't know how many, 2 or 3.
I had an occasion to ride in the back alley where those pictures were taken and look at that area. It's a little bit changed, but to see that area and to get a visual sighting of what the backdrop is. If you would look at that picture, I'd just like to ask you a question. Why would someone like yourself, who does not like rifles, guns around the house, agree to take a picture of Lee in that setting, two of the pictures clearly with rifles in his hand, a rifle, and one of the picture with his rifle and his handgun. Why did you take that picture?
I just have been forced to, instead of be physically abused by Lee, I just did it what he asked me to, or told me to.
WFCR Amherst. That particular pose.
Pardon me?
Why did he want to take that particular pose, that particular setting, with the rifle and the documents in his hand?
Well, his main explanation was that this newspaper that he has in his hand, that's why he wanted to take the picture for this newspaper, something like that.
Was he going to send a copy of this picture to the newspaper and hope that it got printed?
I don't know, but that's what he said, something to do with the newspaper.
Was he going to put this picture on a brochure for some of his activities?
I don't recall why. More than what I said.
Well, if you look at the picture carefully, it's taken in the daytime, full bright sunlight. Was he at all nervous that a neighbor would come out of their house or somebody would come down the alleyway? And
I do believe it was a kind of weekend, Saturday or Sunday, and the neighbors were gone.
Okay, this picture was taken in Dallas.
Yes.
And it was taken when?
I think it's shortly after noon or noon. It's not early in the morning, not very late at night.
What time of year was it? What time of year was it taken?
In the springtime, I believe. It was warm outside.
Well, we have the one that had a notation on the back, which is dated April.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the picture would have had to be taken prior to that April in '63. So that would have had to be January, February, or March of 1963. Is that not correct?
Well, it could be in April.
Except, as I understand it, it's the 5th day of April that's notated on the back.
Well, but that have nothing, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not expert and I'm trying to prove something. But the spring gets very quick in Texas.
You can tell it's a spring picture because he has short-sleeve shirt on.
I'm just telling you that's what I recall. If it was a spring, what picture shows, I don't know.
You said yesterday something that intrigued me. When we were trying to figure out who wrote the Russian inscription on the back, you said, well, it doesn't look like my handwriting. I think you said, it sounds like me.
Yes.
Could you clarify that for me?
Well, I can be very sarcastic sometimes, and I'm noticed for the sharp tone when I'm getting angry. Mm-hmm. So if I dislike something, it will sound like, I mean, it's the tone of the statement could be like mine.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent for 2 additional minutes. Continue. It sounds like you.
Well, I thought I finished already.
But the expression says...
Sarcasm of the phrase would be...
Sarcastically, you're saying hunter for fascist or hunter of fascist. Which is it? Hunter of or for?
Of.
Hunter of fascist.
Yeah, I probably misinterpreted before the same phrase.
What is a fascist?
Fascist? Well, I think it's the party in Germany, and in my mind it's something to do with the war. Aggressive people, military people.
Was it a joke?
What joke?
Was that sarcastic expression a joke?
Well, I do not know. It sounds like it.
Okay. Just one final series of questions very quickly. Mr. Fithian was asking you about your relationship with Mr. de Mohrenschildt and the difference between his lifestyle and your lifestyle. Did you see Mr. de Mohrenschildt after the assassination?
Not shortly after. I did see him, I think, on 2 occasions afterwards.
And what were the purposes of those 2 occasions?
Well, I think it was a Russian Easter party once, and he was present. And I think once I attended a Russian movie at the campus, and lots of Russians were present there too, and he was one of them.
In the Dallas area at the time of the assassination, there were a number of clubs and organizations of Russian people, were there not?
No.
Was there an organization of...
No, it's just it's a social gathering. No.
But there was a social group of people who sent out cards and said, come to a movie, or come to a luncheon, or come to a...
No, it wasn't organized.
How did you know that the Russian community was getting together to do a particular thing?
Occasionally they do this as at the church or something like that. I think maybe somebody called me and invited me to go.
Could you have met Mr. de Mohrenschildt at that kind of a setting?
I don't think so. I think it was a dinner gathering or something like that.
And just finally, on the 2 occasions that you met Mr. de Mohrenschildt after the assassination, did you have occasion to talk to him about Lee Harvey Oswald and about the assassination?
I don't recall. I don't think it was the right atmosphere or place to talk about, to discuss in details. Just more likely like polite hello, how are you, and things like that.
But he didn't volunteer that he had a picture from Lee, or...
No.
He didn't share with you any information at that time?
No, sir.
Did he offer to help you out at all financially?
I think he did.
Did he give you any money?
I don't recall, but they were very generous about inviting us to their house and sometimes bring something over. They were helpful. I don't mean like you're trying to say that he paid me a big sum amount of money or not. He did not.
Not necessarily a big sum of money, but did he assist you after the assassination with your children?
After assassination? No.
Okay, but prior to the assassination, he might have helped you out financially.
Well, maybe he buy a box of candy or some toy for a child. That's things I'm talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Time of gentleman has expired. Mrs. Porter, this morning you told me that you and Lee did not have a telephone while you were staying in Russia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have access to a telephone at any time?
Yes.
And
they have public phones, and my aunt and uncle had telephone at work. So if I want to call somebody, I can make connection.
Where was that phone?
They have public phones. My aunt and uncle had the telephone.
Located near your apartment there?
She lived a few blocks away, like 2 blocks.
And she had a telephone?
Yes.
I see. So whenever you or Lee needed to use a telephone, you could use her phone?
Yeah, so they have public phone downstairs too.
Okay, good. Now, I asked you about an incident at the train station involving a KGB agent this morning, and you could not recall that.
No, I don't.
All right. In Priscilla Anderson's book, Marina and Lee, at page 187, where it says this: the Oswald'S spent their last night in Minsk at Pavel's. The next day, May 22 or 23, they boarded the train from Moscow. Russian fashion, their closest friends, including Pavel and all the Ziggers, came to the station to see them off. But even there, they noticed that they were being watched by a man who was standing half hidden behind a pillar. Listen in if you like. Eleonora Zigger practically spat in his face. We have no secrets here. Her sister Anita added, I simply loathe people who eavesdrop. Marina kept glancing anxiously around the station, looking for Ilya and Valya. Finally, she saw them standing way off by themselves in a corner. Their faces were forlorn, and they looked as if they were fearful of being seen by the KGB. Does this... I read all of that. It's right here. Having heard that, does that refresh your recollection of what you told Miss Johnson?
Well, this is the correct statement. I mean, this is the fact that Mrs. Johnson did gather from me many years ago. I do not remember right now the man and where he was staying. I remember where my aunt and uncle were staying, but that's correct.
If it is in this book,
if it's
as
in
I
the
read
book,
it,
it's
it is
correct. Yes.
Thank you. I think I have just one further question. In reply to Mr. Pryor's questioning of you this morning with reference to motivation for Lee doing this type of a thing, you gave some indication that you could agree that it probably was done just to perhaps make himself a bigger man. But you did know, by virtue of the General Walker experience, that he was capable of killing for political reasons. Did you not?
I still really did not ever consider it, that was really that political. It's a political figure. Mr. Walker was. He will be well known if he will be killed. I mean, the public, he's known to the public.
Well,
he gave me his reasons for shooting him as a political. And maybe at this point it was somewhat. Maybe he tried to make rational explanation to me, but still it's irrational enough to make a statement that man was sick.
Let me just refer you to a couple of things. Number one, he had said to you, with reference to General Walker, that he was worse than Hitler and he should be killed, had he not?
Yes.
All right.
He made the comparison.
Right. And then let me just make reference to a statement that you gave us in the deposition we took from you on August the 9th. And we asked you this question with reference to what happened when he came back to the house with you. The question was, what did he say when he returned? You said, well, he turned the radio on, and he was very pale, and he was listening to the news, changing from station to station. I asked him what it was all about, and he said that he tried to shoot General Walker. I told him, how dare you to take somebody's life, and you should not do things like that. I mean, you have no right to do it. He said, well, if somebody shot Hitler at the right time, you will do justice to humanity. So since I don't know anything about the man, I should not talk about it. Is that what he said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at the point he said that, so since I don't know anything about the man, I should not talk about it. He was talking about you.
But I mean not knowing anything about me.
So from that statement to you then did know that he was capable of killing for political reasons. Is that correct?
I still think the reasons, well, I'm sorry, but anytime if person capable of killing somebody is not stable-minded person, whatever the reasons are, maybe it's the political excuse. I don't know. I still don't think it's just strictly political.
Thank you, Mrs. Porter. Ms. Porter, at the conclusion of a witness's testimony before our committee, that witness is entitled to take 5 minutes in order to in any way explain or comment in any way upon the testimony they've given our committee. You may amplify or expand upon it in any way that you so desire. And on behalf of the committee, I would at this time extend to you 5 minutes for that purpose.
No, I just want to thank you for listening, and I don't have any comments to add.
Okay. We would, as counsel, desire any time to make any statement.
Mr. Chairman, I do not, but I would like to thank the committee and the staff for the courtesies extended to Mrs. Porter. I'd also like to thank the United States Marshal Service and the Capitol Hill Police for their extremely professional handling of the circumstances surrounding her appearance here.
We'd like this time also to thank Mr. Hamilton of the D.C. Bar Association for having provided counsel for Mrs. Porter while she was here. And we thank both of you for appearing, and at this time you're excused. All persons are requested to remain in their seats until Mrs. Porter has left the room.